As Zambia celebrates her 59th anniversary this year, Kafue constituency in Lusaka province is also marking the commemoration of its 50th Golden Jubilee since its establishment in 1973. The constituency, in partnership with other organizations, has lined up a number of activities ahead of the Golden Jubilee celebrations. Some of the activities lined up include school debates, an open day at the constituency office, and a football tournament, among others. On 27th October 2023, the constituency kicked off its activities with a high school debate held at Malundu Secondary School in Kafue constituency. 4 schools drawn from within Kafue constituency battled it out for the debate and were paired into 2 groups. The first debate was between the Casa Boys and Kafue Secondary School. The 2 schools were debating the motion, Kafue constituency has seen developmental projects in the past 50 years of democratic governance. The Casa Boys was proposing the motion, while Kafue Secondary was opposing.
Kafue has experienced a lot of developmental projects, such as infrastructural development. Members of the House and House of Intellectuals, the Kafue District Hospital, which is now known as the Kafue General Hospital, was upgraded.
Now, members of this House and affiliates of this session, you will indeed tell with me that Kafue has not experienced a lot of developmental projects in the past 50 years due to the fact that Kafue, quite right, has got the Kafue General Hospital. But members of this House and affiliates of this session, let's give an example of Lusaka. Members of this House, in Lusaka, there are a lot of general hospitals. Give you an example, we've got the UTH, we've got Minasoko, we've got a lot of mental hospitals, members of this House. This actually shows that Kafue has not yet even experienced a lot of developmental issues. Members of this House.
The number of schools in Kafue from 1972 date has increased. Members of the House and House of Intellectuals, Kafue has provided 20% of the graduates in secondary schools and 25% of the graduates in universities. Members of the House and House of Intellectuals, proof to this statement is the fact that the living standard in Kafue has increased. Members of the House and House of Intellectuals, you are a living testimony to this statement. Members of the House and House of Intellectuals, health services have developed thanks to facilities such as the Kafue General Hospital, KGH.
Kafue has experienced a lot of developmental projects in the past 50 years of democratic governance. Now, members of the House, before I go any further, allow me to enlighten you with the key definitions. Development. Members of the House, you would indeed tally with me that development is the process that creates growth, progress, positive change, and addition of physical, economic, environmental, social, and demographic components.
Have conducive roads for learners, and learners no longer go to school late. That issue is under the bridge. Lastly, as I sum it down, I'd like to talk about the recreation facilities, which help curb drug abuse and many others. And some of these recreation facilities we can talk about in Ngosa Stadium and Tiffany's.
The members of the House, members of the Chamber, you need to tell me, this is a lie. The members of the House, looking at the NCZ members of the House, over the past 3 years, members of the House, the other part has been damaged. There hasn't been any production of urea. The members of the House, if there was a developmental project, members of the House, they would have revamped that place, and members of the House, there would have been employment. In Kafue, the members of the House, that place has been like that for the past 50 years. The members of the House, members of the Chamber, are you saying there's developmental governance, there's a developmental project in Kafue? No. Members of the House, moving on. In Kafue, we had the Kafue textiles that used to produce clothes. The members of the House, in Kafue, we used to produce our own clothes and people used to buy easily. The members of the House, since 2006, it was closed down. There hasn't been any developmental project to raise it, to revamp it, to bring back the workers, members of the House.
The second debate was between Avoy and Kafue Day Secondary Schools, whose debate was under the motion, the limitation of Kafue constituency is not a solution to the development of Kafue. The 2 schools ably debated this motion, of which Kafue Day was proposing while Avoy Secondary School was opposing.
Members of the auditorium, I'm opposing to the motion which states as I articulate. The limitation of Kafue constituency is not the solution to the development of Kafue, to which I strongly oppose. Why? Members of the Chamber, the limitation would allow actual needs of the citizens to be met. Members of the Chamber, just imagine if we are divided. It's going to be very easy to talk to our members of parliament and hence the development in our constituencies. Members of the auditorium, it would also prevent red tape. What do I mean by red tape? Unnecessary long procedures. Members of the auditorium, if we are divided, it's going to be easy to talk to our councillors, members of parliament. But just imagine, we only have one member of parliament. It also brings about a lot of workload to her because she's also a human.
I confidently stand here proposing to the motion stated above, but as the firstborn daughter of the proposing side, it
Sergeant. Going back to the definition of delimitation, may the Good Samaritan do as wise for further verification.
Forgive me if I'm coming in too strong, but I'm afraid these young people cannot achieve the curfew we cry for. Notwithstanding the hypocrisy, acrimony, and individualistic attitudes in the society. In other words, these people cannot achieve the curfew we want, not until they realize that the delimitation of curfew is the solution to the development.
We have a lot of people supporting one thing. That does make that thing to be the right thing. So, and here are the reasons why I say this. Firstly, delimitation of the curfew constituency seeks to be advantageous on the political agenda compared to the developmental agenda.
According to the Zambian Educational Publishing House Civic Education Grade 10 Learner's Book, delimitation is the process of dividing a constituency into smaller constituencies. According to the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary, page 311, a constituency is a district that elects a representative in parliament. May the Good Samaritan pass this on to the judges for clarification.
Delimitation of curfew is not the solution to the development of curfew. End of quotation. Members of the House, I strongly propose to the motion stated above due to the following reasons. The introduction of free education was received with both hands, but the challenge that is there is that most schools within Kafue, e.g. Kafue Day Secondary School, do not have enough furniture, books, and infrastructure. In this area, children standing or sitting on the floor whilst learning. Honestly, if only our earlier member of parliament can use the money that is meant to delimitate Kafue to develop our schools.
The first position goes to Naboye Secondary School.
After the four schools battled it out, Naboye Secondary School was crowned as the winner and walked away with prize money amounting to 1,500 kwacha with a shield and a certificate of attendancy. Kafue boys came out second and walked away with 1,000 kwacha and certificate of attendancy. Likasa boys trailed third and walked away with a 750 kwacha, while Kafue Day was fourth and received a certificate of participation. And speaking after the function, Kafue District Commissioner who graced at the event, Mr. Maurice Hikapulwe, called on the area Member of Parliament, Mrs. Miriam Chonya, to work together with the District Education Board Secretary and organize more debate competitions as it helps improve learners' public speaking skills.
The constituency was established in 1973, and at its first Member of Parliament, Honorable Francis Matanda from the unique political party, and the current MP is number 10. She is the 10th Member of Parliament as well as the second female MP in Kafue. So the school debate program is just one of the commemoration activities lined up to help us appreciate and cherish the rich history of Kafue. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to celebrate the art and the skill of persuasive argumentation, critical thinking, and the ability to articulate issues. I could see some of our pupils here had done a lot of research, and that's what debate is all about. You have to do a lot of research. Debates are more than just a competition. They demonstrate our capacity to engage in meaningful debate, examine multiple points of view, and defend our beliefs with clarity and conviction. Whether we become lawyers, lawmakers, scientists, educators, or artists, we will need to be able to articulate our thoughts and ideas. Therefore, a debate is not just about winning or losing, but by using this tool, we learn to look after the matter at hand from different angles.
And Kafue District Education Board Secretary, Ms. Berina Mono, said her office will organize more of such programs to nurture the young people.
It is always a pleasure listening to to our learners, articulating issues the way you did, especially looking at every issue from both sides of the coin. But I think as the guest of honor mentioned it, you have to take your time and realize that you are not only speaking, but you are communicating. Are we there? Okay, so do a lot more research next time, because it also helps listeners from what you are debating to make well-informed decisions in future. Let me mention that for me, it is what is more important is actually participating, and I'm glad that you participated. Matrons and patrons and the school administrators, let us continue coaching and mentoring our young ones, because you and I do believe that these actually are the future leaders of our Kafue district.
Kafue Member of Parliament, Mrs. Miriam Chonya, said that the school debates are one of the activities being organized under the office of the Member of Parliament in Kafue constituency to mark its 50th anniversary.
50 years is a long time, and because the grace of God has made us see this 50th year, we thought we would commemorate it in a special way by putting in place a number of activities to help us do the commemoration, and one of them being this debate, which is the very first program in the lineup of our commemoratory activities.
The area Member of Parliament also briefed the media on the main activities to take place as the constituency celebrates its 50 years anniversary.
Today's event marked the beginning of our commemoration of the 50th anniversary of Kafue constituency, as some may not be aware that this constituency was designated in 1973. So apart from the debates that we have witnessed today, the fundraising dinner that we have organized as a committee, this fundraiser is meant to help us realize, some funds that we need for the commemoration of the other activities that we've lined up, and these include, a football tournament.
November 2023, as we await for the resumption of business at 14:30 hours. I'm Claudette Sindazo Jonga, and I'm going to keep you company until adjournment. On sign language, as usual, we have Jason Manda and Chola Kauma. Time now to look at business that was considered on the floor of the House last week, Friday, 17th November. Madam Speaker did make one announcement and 3 rulings. Madam Speaker reminded the House that in September 2022, an inaugural research awareness week was launched and had culminated into a research fair. She informed the House that the research fair would be held from Tuesday 21st to Friday 24th November 2023 at the main reception lobby and the foyer at the main Parliament buildings. She further informed the House that the objective of the fair was to stimulate demand for research services offered by the research department, and also to emphasize the importance of evidence-based debates in the House. Madam Speaker stated that the theme for the fair was leveraging constituency officers as research satellites for enhanced data collection, and acquainted the House with the scheduled activities for the fair as follows. That's 1. The official opening of the research fair would take place in the amphitheatre on Wednesday, 22nd November 2023, starting at 9 hours, followed by a symposium for members of parliament, which will be held on Wednesday, 22nd November 2023. In that regard, all honourable members of parliament were invited to attend the launch and be seated by 0840 hours. And in two, that a masterclass for selected parliamentary constituency staff on the importance of using constituency officers as research satellite would take place on Tuesday, 21st November 2023. In that regard, Madam Speaker urged all members to participate in the research fair. The first ruling that was done by Madam Speaker last week on Friday, she reminded the House that on Friday, 6 October 2023, when the House was considering question for oral answer number 79, and Honorable PCC Kabuswe, Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, was on the floor, Honorable B.M. Munduwile, the then leader of the opposition, raised a point as to whether the Honorable Minister was in order to insinuate the members of Parliament who had laid a report on the table of the House in relation to Sensele mine were actually laying falsehoods on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker did give a background that would that led to a point of order and stated that it raised the issue of a member providing information to the House that was factual and verifiable, and referred to Standing Order 65-1B of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Order 2021. Madam Speaker informed the House that after investigating the matter using the verbatim record of the day in question and reviewing the report of the Planning and Budgeting Committee on the effects of illicit financial flows on the budget and its sustainability, she found that the Honourable Minister, in his response to Mr. Kampyongo MP's question, did not seek to rebut but was contained in the report of the Planning and Budgeting Committee, but rather referred to what was reported in the media, in particular the quantum of illegal miners at KCM. In rendering her ruling, Madam Speaker noted that the Honourable Minister had admitted to illegal mining activities being conducted at various mines in the country, gave the government's position on the matter and refuted what was reported in the media on the exact number of illegal miners at KCM. She further stated that the Honourable Minister did not state that the Planning and Budgeting Committee had laid falsehoods on the floor of the House. In that regard, she ruled the Honourable Minister was not out of order. The House also did consider some matters of urgent public importance last week on Friday, and these did come from Dr. A. Mwanza, and it was on the abduction of a resident in Kaombwe parliamentary constituency on 13th November 2023, which was inadmissible. The other matter of urgent public importance did come from Mr. P.F. Kapyanga on the need to revise the NEMA services so as to cater for accident victims, and this one was equally inadmissible. After that, the Minister of Health made a statement on the non-compliance of azithromycin procured by Zambia Medicines and Medical Supplies Agency. The Minister updated the House on the status of the medical drug, and she did dispel the assertions that ZAMSA had distributed the defective health center kits to any public health facility. Thereafter, the House did consider a question for oral answer number 144, Understanding Order 76, and also considered question for oral answer number 145, Understanding Order number 74. And the House also considered the Competition and Consumer Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2023. The bill was read a second time and committed to the committee of the whole House. After consideration of that bill, the House resolved into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure for Head 29, that's the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, which was agreed to, and under consideration is Head 18, that's the Judiciary. And it being 12:55 hours, the chairperson interrupted the proceedings and committee work stood adjourned. And Madam Speaker adjourned the House last week on Friday at 12:58 hours. So that's what was considered on the floor of the House last week on Friday, 17th November 2023. Join me in just a moment as we look at today's business.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information, call 0977 854102 or 0977 536487. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Thank you for joining us once again. Business resumes at 14:30 hours. Time now to look at what we have in store for you. The House will consider one question for oral answer understanding order number 76 and one question for oral answer understanding order number 74. Question 146 will come from Mr. Katakwe of Solwezi East. He will ask the Minister of Defense a question in two parts: whether the government is aware that the Zambia National Service officers at Kalindi and Kilumba checkpoints at Mushindano Kipushi border road have been harassing and beating traders who are carrying maize grain to Kipushi border market for trade, and if so, what urgent measures are being taken to safeguard the lives of local traders and to promote free trade in the area. The other question will come from Mr. Tayengo of Kawata, and this one is coming understanding order number 24. Mr. Tayengo is asking the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development how many kilometers of township roads are earmarked for construction in Kawata Parliamentary Constituency under the L400 road project and what the cost of the project is. So those are the questions that will be considered on the floor of the House. Thereafter, there's going to be a presentation of government bills. The first bill is the local government bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2023, which seeks to amend the Local Government Act 2019, and is going to be presented by the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. The other bill will be presented by the Minister of Justice. That's the Subordinate Courts Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2023, which seeks to amend the Subordinate Courts Act, and it will be presented by the Minister of Justice. Thereafter, the House will consider the Trademarks Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023. It's coming up at a second reading stage, and after consideration of that bill at a second reading stage, we do expect the House Resolved Committee of Supply to consider the following heads. That's Head 18, Judiciary; Head 31, Ministry of Justice; Head 53, Ministry of Green Economy and Environment; and lastly for today, Head 26, Ministry of Information and Media. So that's the business that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House today, Tuesday, 21st November 2023. I'm Claudette, and I'm going to keep you company until adjournment. Just about now, as we are waiting for the Speaker's procession, we take you to live pictures in the chamber. And any time from now, we should be seeing the Speaker's procession making its way into the chamber. That will actually signify the start of business today, as the House will consider one question for oral answer understanding order 76, another question for oral answer understanding order number 74, and presentation of government bills, that the Local Government Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2023, and the Subordinate Courts Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2023, and of course consideration of the Trademarks Bill, which is coming at a second reading stage. So I would urge you to stay tuned right here on Parliament Television as we continue to bring Parliament closer to you. Good afternoon and pleasant viewing.
But I don't know what goes on.
Honorable Members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our rights. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's good hand. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessings descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I have two announcements to make. The first one is that, honorable members, I wish to acquaint the House with the presence, they are supposed to be in the Speaker's Gallery, but for some unknown reason, they are in the public gallery, of the following honorable members of the Committee of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and staff from the Parliament of Uganda. The Honorable Flavia Kabahande, MP, Chairperson and Leader of the Delegation. Honorable Sarah Nanjuma, MP, Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Sowidi Katayawa, Member. Honorable Peggy Wako, MP, Member. Honorable Susan Abija, MP, Member. Honorable Phyllis Chemutai, MP, Member. And Ms. Martha Kangazi, Secretary to the Delegation. I wish on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia to receive our distinguished guests and warmly welcome them in our midst. I thank you. The second announcement, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils from Mukwela Primary School, Kalomo District in Southern Province. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. We make progress, matters of urgent public importance. So I can see a long list there, but according to the House Business Committee, it was agreed that we only take 3 matters. We are busy with the budget. The Honorable Member for Mukushi North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The matter I wish to raise is directed to the Minister of Home Affairs, although I can't see him in the House, leader of government business in the House. On 19th of this month, Madam Speaker, which was a Sunday, one family in Mukushi woke up in tears when they had visited the police cells to go and see their member and their family member, and only to be directed that you can go to the hospital and look for your family member there, and not any other word from the hospital, but a mortuary. This person, by the name of Alani Skalonga, was actually among the 3 suspects who were detained in police custody. And these suffered beatings from the officers who were actually trying to interrogate them. And from the interrogation room, by the time he was taken to the police cells, this person was actually identified, or indeed noticed by his colleagues there that he wasn't actually alive. So this has actually agitated the people of Mukushi, and that led to a bit of riotous behavior by the people from Mukushi Itala compound in particular. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious indulgence in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. This matter does not qualify as an urgent matter of public importance because it has just happened in one area. However, Honorable Member, don't even be surprised. You can use another avenue to bring that matter to the House. You can come with an urgent question. The Honorable Member for Kankoyo.
Yeah, I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the people of Kankoyo are yet mourning again. A 12-year-old child was shot dead in the chest yesterday by a ZNS officer, who went to go and check if there was a house in Kankoyo keeping more than 2 bags of meal. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, the people of Kankoyo, they want to find out from the Minister of Defense, since when was ZNS given the powers to conduct the searching of houses, residential houses, and shooting young boys who are defenseless? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. This matter is almost similar to the matter that was raised by the Honorable Member for Mukushi North. Can you please raise a question, an urgent question? Because if you wait for a ministerial statement, it will come maybe this week or next week, which will be too late. But we want to know immediately what happened. So please, can you raise an urgent question as well? The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my matter of urgent public importance is directed in absentia to the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, the Newsdiggers newspaper today has carried out one of its headlines, which says official creditors reject government's revised agreement with bondholders. Similar headlines were running through various social media and general media outlets yesterday, which includes Bloomberg, which is a reputable financial media reporting agency. Madam Speaker, this matter is urgent in the sense that the budget that we are busy with now, one of the pillars is based on the assumption that Zambia must have a successful negotiation with regards to debt restructuring, which we truly support. And this statement in the Newsdiggers today poses a challenge in whether this money that we are appropriating today, which includes money to be allocated to hospitals, to schools, should be really founded in the sense that Zambia will be borrowing $416.33 million in the budget. I seek your indulgence in the sense that the continuous speculation on the issue of debt restructuring has possible consequences on the economy of Zambia losing its credit rating. So we would like the Minister of Finance to provide clarity as we are appropriating our budget. I seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Much as that matter is very important, but it's not a matter of life or death. Therefore, the Honorable Member will find another avenue of bringing that matter back to the House. Otherwise, it does not qualify as a matter of urgent public importance. We can make progress. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Health to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Health. Order, honorable members.
Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude for according me this opportunity to update the nation through this August House on the status of the 2023 net recruitment of 3,000 health workers countrywide. Madam Speaker, the vision of government in the health sector is, I quote, a nation of health and productive people. To attain this vision, it implies that government working closely with key stakeholders should put in place a robust and resilient health system that will facilitate the attainment of national targets, the Global Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, and the universal health coverage, which talks about leaving no one behind. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the House that the New Dawn government has demonstrated its commitment to strengthening the health system through the increased annual budgetary allocation to the Ministry of Health. The House may wish to recall that the budget allocation to the health sector has increased over the past 3 years from 9.2 billion in 2021 to 12.4 billion in 2022, and now going forward in 2023, 16.1 billion. The increased budgetary allocation is necessary in order to address the challenges such as unstable supply chain, obsolete medical equipment, inadequate infrastructure, and inadequate staffing levels. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that over time, we've made notable progress in terms of construction of health infrastructure as a country. Currently, there are a total of 3,581 health facilities across the country, of which 3,419 are government and 162 are faith-based. The House may further wish to note that not all these health facilities are operating at full capacity. Most of them are operating at different levels of service delivery. These health facilities include the specialized hospitals, such as the Heart Hospital, tertiary hospitals, such as Levy and UTH, second-level hospitals, such as Kabwe General Hospital, first-level hospitals, such as Chongwe District Hospital, health centers such as the one at State House, and health posts, such as the one most members of parliament now under CDF have been constructing. The failure to operate at full capacity, Madam Speaker, has been attributed to the limited fiscal space that has resulted in the number of positions not being funded over long periods from the time the organization structures were approved by Cabinet Office. I wish to reiterate that the investment in health infrastructure has been informed by a number of factors that include population growth and the changing disease patterns. Madam Speaker, while appreciating the increased number of health facilities which aim at promoting access to quality health care as close to the family as possible, the shortage of healthcare workers in these facilities continues to be a concern for government, as it counters government's efforts to attain the desired health goals. Madam Speaker, a competent and adequate health workforce is the nerve center of every resilient health system and is key to achieving universal health coverage. However, there are a number of health workforce challenges that include, but not limited to, the following: critical shortages in the supply of health workers, an inadequate mix of skills in the workforce, inequitable geographical distribution of health workers, and gaps in their competences, motivation, and performance. Addressing these major health workforce challenges is therefore crucial to strengthening the healthcare system and building a robust health system that is resilient to disease outbreaks and indeed other public health emergencies. Madam Speaker, currently, there are a total number of 3,581 approved health facilities across the country, as earlier stated. This is representing an establishment of 139,590 positions, out of which 72,697 positions are currently filled. So we have in place 72,697 positions which are filled against an establishment of 139,590 positions. This, Madam Speaker, accounts for 52% filled up positions, while 64,276 remain unfunded, representing 48%. These facilities include the grant-aided institutions, which are the faith-based health facilities, especially those under the Catholics and indeed other church organizations. Madam Speaker, as at 30th of September 2023, there's been an addition of health facilities that have so far been constructed and also completed. These are around 233 new health facilities that have been completed. These additional facilities, Madam Speaker, will result in the creation of a total of 7,276 additional positions to be operationalized, and this will result in an increase in the establishment from the current 139,590 to 146,866, and further increasing a staffing shortfall from 64,276 to 74,187. Therefore, in order for the Ministry of Health to reach 100% staffing capacity, it shall require a total of 7,648,480,651 kwacha 19 way per annum if we are to operationalize the 74,187 positions. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to recall that during the official opening of the third session of the 13th National Assembly on Friday, 8 September 2023, His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, pronounced and assured the nation that the recruitment of 3,000 health workers will be undertaken as budgeted for in the 2023 budget estimates. This is a build-up on the landmark recruitment of over 11,000 health workers in 2022. Following the presidential pronouncement, the Minister of Health, working closely with key stakeholders, commenced the process to ensure that the 3,000 health workers are recruited in a transparent manner and also in an equitably distributed across the country. Madam Speaker, in order to be inclusive and transparent and learning from the 2022 recruitment, in the 2023 net recruitment, government, through the Ministry of Health, has consulted with key stakeholders in the sector so as to build consensus on the mode and criteria to be used in the recruitment process. This approach involved receiving submissions from the provincial health offices and district health office, and indeed all health facility, on the priority areas to be considered in terms of category of positions. Secondly, meeting with the Public Service Management Division, Ministry of Finance, and Civil Service Commission to discuss the recruitment process. And thirdly, and most importantly, holding consultative meetings with the following professional associations under the Ministry of Health. These being the Zambia Medical Association, the Biomedical Association of Zambia, the Zambia Institute of Environmental Health, the Pharmaceutical Society of Zambia, the Zambia Union of Nurses Organization, the Midwifery Association of Zambia, the Clinical Association of Zambia, the Resident Doctors Association.
Order, honorable members, the voices are becoming louder and louder. We want to listen to the ministerial statement. Kindly lower your voices. Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Residents Doctors Association, Nutrition Association of Zambia, Radiological Association of Zambia, Zambia Society of Physiotherapists, and Zambia Dental Association. Madam Speaker, following the consultations, stakeholders resolved to take a twofold approach to the recruitment which the ministry would start with. One, promotion of in-service staff, and followed by two, recruitment of new entrants thereafter. Madam Speaker, the issue around promotion of in-service staff, this House may wish to note that the past recruitments had always focused on new entrants. This has created stagnation in career progression amongst most health workers, and in some cases, contributed to demotivation and poor performance among health workers who remained in the same positions for a long time, and also those that have been assigned administrative roles in higher positions without receiving acting allowances or commensurate pay. Therefore, starting with processing promotions for in-service health workers will not only result in the creation of vacant positions for the new entrants, but most importantly, this will motivate the staff who have held same positions for years and will allow for optimal performance while at the same time strengthening retention system in the health sector. The transfer by cadre and cascade effect, Madam Speaker, are as follows. This one, Madam Speaker, I'm going to lay this document on the floor of the House so that members of Parliament can make reference. We have a cadre, that is the categories. We have administration, radiology, clinical officer, dental, environmental health, laboratory, medical doctor, midwife, nurse, nutrition, orthopedics, pharmacy, physiotherapy, radiology, and teaching. So those were the segments or the way we categorize the staff. And then, of course, we had the numbers of each of this category promoted. And after promoting a certain number, there was an effect, what I'm calling cascade. And cascade meant how many vacant positions were created as a result of employing this number of people. For example, we promoted 560 midwives, and because of promoting 560, 35 positions were created. And so I would say safely that 595 midwives will be employed this time around. Talking about clinical officers, for example, 321 were promoted. This gave an effect of 38 vacancies, meaning 359 clinical officers would be employed. Nurses, 267 nurses have been promoted. This gave an effect of creating 343 new entrants, meaning the total will be 610 nurses to be employed. Madam Speaker, in line with the national decentralization, maybe before I come there, just to say that the grand total of positions that have been promoted is about 1,796, and because of that, the effect of new positions created because of promoting in-service staff, 628 positions were created, giving a grand total of 2,424. Madam Speaker, in line with the national decentralization policy, the promotions of in-service staff will be conducted through the respective health facilities, district health offices, and provincial health offices. Regarding the recruitment of new entrants, Madam Speaker, the recruitment of new entrants will be conducted to fill up the created positions following the promotion. So you promote somebody and a new position is created, and that new position is the one you fill up by employing or recruiting new entrants. In order to ensure transparency in the recruitment process, the recruitment of new entrants has been decentralized to the district and the provincial levels. To this effect, the Civil Service Commission has advertised for the recruitment of 3,000 health workers as per the conveyancing of Treasury Authority number 7 of 2023, dated 27 September 2023. Take note that the Treasury Authority only came through on the 27th of September 2023. You may wish to note, Madam Speaker, that the closing date for receiving applications was Friday, 22nd of September 2023. Madam Speaker, the received applications will be screened through a transparent and accountable process as follows. Firstly, the human resource subcommittees at district level will shortlist and select candidates based on a prescribed criterion. Secondly, the selected candidates will be validated at provincial level by the Human Resource Management Committees. Thirdly, the selected candidates at provincial level will further be validated for quality assurance by the National Technical Committee, comprising officials from the Civil Service Commission, Public Service Management Division, and Ministry of Health before the publication of the successful list of candidates in the print media. Madam Speaker, some key activities such as granting of Treasury Authority by Public Service Management Division, advertising for the recruitment of the 3,000 health workers by the Civil Service Commission, and receiving of applications by provincial and district health officers have been implemented. The process of promotions and transfers of in-service staff has reached an advanced stage in that the Ministry of Health has completed the exercise and forwarded the successful candidates to Civil Service Commission for finalization. Madam Speaker, the roadmap for the remaining key activities are as follows. 1. Screening, shortlisting, and selection of applicants by the Human Resource Management Committee and the Human Resource Management Subcommittee is expected to be completed this month of November 2023. 2. Recommendations of selected candidates to Human Resource Management Committee by the Human Resource Management Subcommittee is expected to be undertaken in the same month of November 2023. 3. Validation and recommendations of selected candidates by the Human Resource Management Committee is expected to be completed by the same month of November 2023. 4. Validation and processing of the recommendations of successful candidates by the Civil Service Commission, Public Service Management Division, and the Ministry of Health is expected to be completed in the same month of November 2023. Lastly, fifthly, publication of successful candidates in the print media websites, Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation, and community radio station is expected to be undertaken during the first week of December 2023. And lastly, the issuance of appointment letters to successful candidates by Public Service Management Division, provincial health offices, and district health offices is expected to be done in the same first week of December 2023, meaning that we expect that in the second week, people should report for work. Madam Speaker, as indicated earlier, the 2023 recruitment of health workers is being implemented in 2 phases, starting with the promotion of in-service staff, followed by the recruitment of the new entrants. In order to ensure that suitable candidates are promoted and recruited, the Civil Service Commission has since directed that the recruitment process for health workers be halted until further notice. In addition, the Commission has directed the provincial administration to ensure that in the meantime, the application documents are maintained at the districts to be submitted to the province at the opportune time. Madam Speaker, I wish to conclude by saying that while the ministry is operating at 54% filled up positions in the current establishment, the recruitment of health workers is a continuous process towards attaining an ideal situation. In order to match up the skilled staff to patient ratio, my ministry will continue to lobby for Treasury Authority in order to attaining staffing sufficiency for improved quality health service provision and for better health outcomes and ultimate national productivity. Madam Speaker, I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the ministerial statement was supposed to be for 30 minutes. The statement itself and the questions, but we've exhausted 21 minutes. So, just to be fair on the honorable members of parliament, we are going to add 10 more minutes. So we now straight go to supplementary questions. The honorable member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, in Luena constituents, we have 2 new clinics that we have constructed, one from CDF and one that has been gifted to us by a well-wisher. And so the people of Luena would like to know, given that those clinics are ready for official opening, will you confirm that the ministry, within this program you have just highlighted, will prioritize staffing newly constructed medical facilities such as the one in Ituku and the one in Narulao in Luena constituency? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. Madam Speaker, and this statement was quite clear to state that we have taken note of the over 230 health facilities that have so far been constructed and completed up to this date. I also did indicate that in terms of staffing, we will require over 7,000 staff, of course, a mixed staff ratio for those over 230 health facilities. So as to whether the one he's talking about in particular is one of those that will be able to, he has to wait, that I have to check, because he's saying it has not even been officially handed over. But what we have done is we have taken into account those that are already at roof level. So even if it's not yet officially handed, but it's complete, and then it means it has been captured. And if it has been captured, this is why I did indicate at the end that we'll continue to lobby for Treasury Authority to continuously give us a number. The good news is that next year we have another 4,000. In fact, we have more. This year it's 3,000. Next year we have another 4,000. So we'll keep on moving, and hopefully in the next few years we should be able to at least reach 90%. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chipili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you bear with me. Your statement seemed to be very confusing. The complaint, people picked from the letter which was written by Civil Service Commission. Now, you are saying it will be in phases where you will first start with the promotion and then recruitment. Looking at the period, are you surely going to manage by the end of December to recruit 3,000 workers? Or instead of saying the money which we are supposed to be given to those whom we are supposed to recruit will go to payment towards the people we are going to recruit, so that to promote, so that the people are, they are looking forward to say, okay, by next year, this year there will be no recruitment, but the money has now gone to those who are going to be promoted. And thereafter, that's the time you can now start recruiting, looking at the time factor. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable. I think your question is the one which is confusing you, because, Madam Speaker, my statement was very clear that we have already finished promoting those to be promoted. That's what I said. So those to be promoted have since been promoted. What is remaining is PSMD to issue the letters of promotion, because, Madam Speaker, members must know that the function to recruit does not lie with the Ministry of Health, but lies with the Civil Service Commission. So we work hand in hand, and because we are the end users, obviously we participate very actively. So for example, like I indicated, the issue of promoting, every facility did make a proposal. The supervisors, for example, in a clinic or in a hospital or at the district office or at the provincial office made recommendations to the district, to the province, and to the ministry as to who they wanted to be promoted. And this was after consultation with all the 10+ associations. And so that process we have finished, and we've already recommended which doctors need to be promoted, which nurses, and so on and so forth. So what is remaining is just Public Service Commission to issue the letters. So that cannot take 1 week, point number one. Point number two, there is a net effect. Once you promote, in some cases, one promotion created maybe 5 new jobs. In some cases, 3 promotions reduced positions to 2. But at the end of the day, the good news is that we are still going to end up with 3,000 promoted and recruited. And so we are winning in 2 cases. First of all, we have motivated those workers that have been working for 10 years, some of them never being promoted. And then we have also managed to recruit, new recruits. So it's a two-way or two-pronged approach that we took. The question as to whether the new recruits within the months that have remained, whether we should be able to do that. Yes, we can be able to do that, because the number 3,000 sounds big, but in effect, you'll find that after these positions were shared by the various associations, you'll find that the total number of doctors to be employed maybe is about only 327, or the total number of nurses is maybe 600. But when you divide that 600 times the 10 provinces, you will find that in a province, maybe it's only 200 new recruits. And of that 200, you divide by the number of health facilities or even districts. You find a district maybe like Chongwe has only got 50 people or 70 people or maybe 100 people to recruit. Recruiting 100 people is a one-day's job. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for your statement. Honorable Minister, there are districts like Nalolo districts which indicate staff complements of people in the Ministry of Health who are actually not there. Either some of them are on study leave in Russia. For example, we didn't have a doctor, not until I requested. In your current recruitment process, have you reconciled the people to be recruited versus the actual staff complements on the ground, so that you can be sure whether, even as you are promoting, you are not reducing the staff that are needed further? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a very good question. Madam Speaker, it is true that the Ministry of Health establishment has a lot of challenges, and we have a lot of work to do to ensure that we don't continue with that, what I call ghost workers. It is true that we have people on the establishment. For example, I can give a real living example. You have a a hospital like Tokoloki Hospital in northwestern Zambia, I think. And there, on the establishment, they will show that they have 9 pharmacists working in that hospital. But when you go on the ground, they have 0. They're not there. Either they're working in other hospitals in country, and if they're working in a government facility, you are lucky, because at least they're working, but they're getting their salary from a different point. But you will find that there are others, maybe they're even working for a private firm, but they are receiving a salary and holding on to that position. So we have those challenges to take a bit of time to clean, but we are trying very hard. And even this recruitment, those are part of the reasons why you are seeing us going forward, sometimes at stopping. It is because we are discovering a number of issues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Mandevu.
Madam Speaker, the people of Mandevu are grateful for this opportunity. The people of Mandevu have been crying for equitable employment opportunities. This current process of recruiting from the districts has not been well. It's been very disadvantageous to us in the urban areas. You find that Chongwe is a constituency, one constituency and a district on its own. Rufunsa is one constituency and a district on its own. In Lusaka, we have 7 constituencies falling under one district. Our numbers just in Mandevu is 4 or 5 times these rural districts, and you are giving us to employ through the district, and our members have been left out most of the times. Are we going to see the ministry decentralized to the constituency level so that even our members from our constituencies are able to participate and get employment from the government? I thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for an important question. Important in that you have talked of Lusaka being disadvantaged because you are one district with 7 constituencies, which are huge. I wish you could say the same about CDF. I would say the same about CDF, that Chongwe is a large district with only 1 MP and 1 CDF, and Lusaka is a small district. You can walk from Mandevu up to Munali, and yet you are getting 7 times CDF. But let me now be specific to your questions.
Order, Honorable Member, you haven't been given the floor. You haven't been given the floor.
Thank you, Madam
May
Speaker.
the Honorable Minister continue.
So, now coming specific to your question, Honorable Member. My nephew, yes. Now, Lusaka district has six first-level hospitals. I'll put it easy for him to understand. Lusaka district has 6 district hospitals. Similar, like Chongwe has only 1 district hospital, but Lusaka has 6 district hospitals, and we're trying to increase to 7 so that every constituency must have a district hospital. They are sub-districts, and they are supported as sub-districts. So you have 6, the support that goes to Chongwe in terms of finances, human resource, everything, is 6 times. So you are covered. This government talks equity, not fake equalization. No. We are very sensitive to those issues, and His Excellency has given us strict guidance to ensure that all the 10 provinces of Zambia, all the 116 districts of Zambia, all the 156 constituencies are served equally. And that's what we are doing.
Order,
So don't worry, thank you.
Is that an indication for a point of order?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for according me this opportunity to raise a point of order. Madam Speaker, while I don't agree with the word fake, because I think it's unparliamentary, my point of order is when the Honorable Minister mocks her staff who are earning salaries and she calls it a salary, just because those ones don't have an opportunity to tender using direct bidding. They have no opportunity to buy drugs which don't work. Madam Speaker, is the Honourable Minister in order to be mocking her own workers who are earning salaries and calling them worker salary? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Can you cite the standing order, Honourable Member?
Speaker. 65, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lunte, you might have a point, but the way you've raised that point of order, especially the utilization of the word mocking, it gives a bad picture to the people, negativity, in fact, among the health workers. It's better if you address the point of order in a very proper, not provoking or demeaning or creating a wrong picture out there. We are supposed to be one, helping the health workers. But the utilization of the word mocking, really, it has different meaning by different people out there. However, the Honourable Minister of Health, please, let's try to be not so provoking, maybe to say the way things are. If it's a salary, let it be mentioned as a salary. If the salary is small, maybe there's a better word of using, of coming up with a word that won't injure people. Did you say all the honourable members? I think that was the time I was receiving a note from somebody. Pardon? Oh, she did. Okay. Okay. So the word that actually came out so strongly was fake, but the other word, maybe it was mentioned, we didn't hear. We have to confirm from the verbatim. However, like I've advised, let's try to use words that won't injure people out there, or maybe create another meaning. And let's not also be provoking other people. So the Honourable Minister, even the word fake is also unparliamentary. So maybe as the Minister continues responding to the Honourable members, she will take into consideration the words that are unparliamentary. We make progress. The Honourable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing the voice of Chiengi to ask a question. Honourable Minister, you talk about employing the health workers, and I believe we have who we call the CHAS, Community Health Assistants. Madam Chair, I think as a nation we've been unfair to these people each time we are recruiting. So my question to the Honourable Minister is, when are we going to put the CHAS people on permanent employment? This has been a cry. Each time there are adverts, only talk about nurses, doctors, clinical medicine officers, the whole country. This is the challenge that we've had. May I know from the Minister of Health, why do we not also include the CHA? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable, for your follow-up question, a very important question. Madam Speaker, I wanted to say that when you recall when I was reading out the different categories of staff under the ministry, I did say also that these were the broad categories. So, for example, under administration, you could get maybe the CHAS under that, or maybe there would be under clinical officers or under environmental health, and so on and so forth. So basically, I want to say that almost, if not all, cadres were considered in the recruitment. And also to state that the CHAS, these are the health assistants, some of them have been put on the payroll. So every year we have an allocation for health assistants, and we are also supported in some instances by cooperating partners. So yes, Honorable, we do take into account that, and we are employing them as well. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, I want to find out if this recruitment is based on needs assessment, because you may find one facility, the establishment is, let's say, 13 health workers, and yet only 1 or 2. And this kind of recruitment, what criteria is used? Is it based on the needs in each health facility? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for an important question. Indeed, the recruitment is based on the needs of facilities. So what happened was that the districts and the provinces articulated their needs and sent that to the center, which is Ministry of Health. And upon getting that, that was then assessed, and then, of course, looking at the available positions, then they were shared among the 10 provinces. Suffice to say that the needs are higher than what we have on the plate. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Bwanamkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing the people of Bwanamkubwa to ask the Minister of Health a question. Minister, I've read your ministerial statement, and we do appreciate the recruitment of health workers. You did 11,000, and now you're doing 3,000. I just wanted to find out, from your statement, you've alluded to the fact that most of these hospitals and clinics, they've got obsolete equipment. How are you trying to equate that to the recruitment of health workers? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a very important question, except that I hope I got it right, how to equate the issue of numbers to the equipment. If I heard you right, then the answer would be that we have some equipment that would require to have engineers who are qualified to manage this equipment. And so, you know, sometimes we've lost equipment because the people using them are not very qualified for that. And so in the whole scenario of recruitment, you have this small number, the needs are beyond you, and you're trying to balance up which one is important, to get a doctor or to get a CHAS, that's a health assistant, or to get a nurse. And when you're talking about nurses, is it to get a registered nurse or a midwifery? Looking at the problem of mothers losing babies. And so it's not easy. We just hope you can support us as we continue with trying to get more financial support towards recruitment. As I indicated, we're at 54%, meaning the difference of 54% is still vacancies to be filled. And Madam Speaker, just to indicate that the number of community health assistants that are going to be recruited this year is 90. Thank you.
Okay. The Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Health. Honorable Minister, also I just want to thank you for this very, very comprehensive statement about the challenges and opportunities that in the health sector. You have alluded there are more than 3,581 health facilities and 162 faith-based, and there's a very huge deficit in terms of filling up the establishment of the workforce. The reason that you have given that you are in the process of promoting in-service health workers, my question is, what is the direct relationship that the promotion of in-service health workers got to do with the recruitment of new entrants? The direct relationship. What condition should the recruitment of, the promotion of in-service health workers, what conditions should it fulfill in order to restart the recruitment of the new entrants in the health sector? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for an important question, but I'm not sure again whether I got him right, as what is the relationship between promoting and recruitment. Last year, 2020, you recall, Madam Speaker, the over 11,000 health workers that we recruited. We just went straight to recruit new entrants. This time around, we took a policy decision as a ministry, after government gave us Treasury Authority to recruit 3,000. We said we'll use part of these 3,000 to promote those nurses and doctors and health workers who have been working tirelessly for over 5 years, in some cases 10 years, and they are on a low salary because there's no money to get them to be promoted. We're losing specialized doctors to the private sector because here's a consultant, or what you call a specialized doctor, who has been working for many years, has done more his educational standards have even gone up, but the salary is still the same like a junior doctor. So obviously, when such people get a job offer from the private sector or these international organizations, they would leave the government. So to try and retain them, and also to motivate those who don't want to go away but want to save their nation, we took the policy decision that let us promote. So the relationship between promotion and recruitment means that when you promote one person, for example, to a chief, somebody who was at the lower level, but is supposed to be at the higher level, but because there's been no money to upgrade him and to promote him, what we did is we promoted that person who was sitting at the lowest grade and brought him to the highest grade, maybe say chief officer, chief clinic officer. Because of that promotion, the impact of that promotion was that there were 4 other vacancies that were created, and it meant that we had to start moving others 4 steps up. And that in itself finally left a vacancy. So, like I said, we took a 2-pronged approach to do in-service recruitment, promotions, and then when we finish with that, the positions which have remained vacant as a result of that promotion, those are the ones now that we are getting new entrants. Those are the ones we are saying we are employing. So that is the effect, if I'm right. Thank you.
The last member under 1 minute, the Honorable Member for Mongu Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. First, the people of Mongo Central want to commend you for the drive in recruitment. Honorable Minister, there are a number of medical doctors that were taken from the province, brought to Lusaka on the pretext that they are coming to do specialized training. I know in Western Province we have over 10 doctors that were taken, brought here for specialized training, but we've never seen them going back to the provinces. When are those medical personnel going back to the provinces to beef up the service personnel in our hospitals? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a very important question. Indeed, it is true that we have a skewed kind of staffing, whereas most of our doctors are in Lusaka and the copper belt, just along the main roads. And we have a problem in the rural areas. And some doctors that were allocated to work in the rural areas came back to Lusaka for further training. After they finished, they didn't go back. They didn't go back. The reason was that there were no positions for them, meaning we needed to create positions, higher positions than the positions. And I think this is one of the reasons why government agreed to support the recruitment of more workers, but also the promotion. It is to help those that are in town so that we give them the new promotions, then they can go now and work in Western Province. So all I can say is that we are working towards that. Hopefully, within the next 2 weeks, before the end of this year, this issue can be resolved, and we are working with the various associations to make sure that we can distribute the doctors in the whole country. Thank you.
Questions for oral answer under Standing Order number 76. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving the wonderful people of Solwezi East Mushindamo District to answer question number 146.
The Honorable Minister of Defense.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mr. Katapwe, a Member of Parliament for Solwezi East constituency, has asked the Minister of Defense the following questions. A, whether the government is aware that the Zambia National Service officers at Kalindi and Kirumba checkpoints on the Mushindamo-Kipushu border road have been harassing and beating traders who are carrying maize to Kipushu border market for trade. And B, if so, what urgent measures are being taken to safeguard the lives of the local traders and to promote free trade in the area? Madam Speaker, A, I wish to inform the August House that the Ministry of Defense is not aware of the harassment and beatings of traders by the Zambia National Service officers managing the 2 checkpoints that have been mentioned. The Zambia National Service has been in the general area of Mushindamo since 2016, and the 2 checkpoints, namely Kalindi and Kirumba, were established in 2022. In fact, these were established after discussing with the Honorable Member of Parliament for the area, who advised us that we should establish these 2 checkpoints to ensure that we clamp down on smuggling that was rampant in that area. Therefore, Ministry of Defense has never received any complaint of civilian harassment by the Zambia National Service officers manning the 2 checkpoints. Under B, Madam Speaker, since the Ministry is not aware, neither has the Ministry received reports of alleged harassment, there are no special measures that have been put in place, save for the continued monitoring and reminders by the Zambia National Service Command at all checkpoints throughout the country, not excluding the 2 in question, for the officers to man checkpoints as per stipulations and with utmost integrity and professionalism. Anything short of that, the officers, individuals, and or severally shall be held accountable, and if found wanting, shall face the law. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the minister. Oh, sorry. These are supposed to be supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Madam Speaker, it's quite saddening to hear the Minister indicating that he's not aware of what is happening. The Provincial Minister, Honorable Yef, is seated there and is very much aware of the happenings in Kipushi border. Madam Speaker, Kipushi border is the only gazetted market that we have in Mushindama. And all our people there, they do their trading at that point. What is currently obtaining on the ground is that the ZNS people who have been put on those checkpoints are allowing trucks carrying maize and mealie meal in the night going to offload at the border, passing through the same checkpoints with the ZNS people. But our local people who are just carrying one bag to go and sell so that they can realize money to buy medicine from the DRC side there to better their livelihood. They are being beaten. Right now I have received a message from my chief who has been threatened by the ZNS people that if you intervene in us confiscating maize from your people, we shall slap you. This is a chief lamenting, and this is happening. Last time we had a conference call, the Minister of Agriculture, Defense, and other jurisdiction there, Madam Speaker, and it was discussed that the ZNS people should mount their checkpoints by the border side and patrol the border line, but leave the market free for people to trade, because that is how those people, they have lived there. But the DRC people, when they buy maize or mealie meal, crossing over, they should be levied by the customs so that they realize revenue. But currently, people are being beaten, and this is why you heard the Honorable
What is
Mabeta
your
lamenting.
question, Honorable Member? You've given us a very good background.
Yes,
What
Madam
is the
Speaker,
question?
since the Minister is not aware, it shouldn't be taken as a surprise, because the people there have actually organized themselves that they'll put up battles with the ZNS people, break the shops for the DRC people who are being allowed to sell trucks and trucks of maize and mealie meal. So the Minister, now that is aware, is he going to do anything possible to alleviate or to avoid that kind of situation that is about to erupt in my constituency? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Defense.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Thanks very much, Honorable Member of Parliament, for that question. The fact that the Minister of Northwestern Province might have been aware does not necessarily mean the Minister of Defense is aware. Nevertheless, the mandate of Zambia National Service, as far as the Kipush border or any other border at all, is to ensure that we control the rampant smuggling that is going on throughout this country. People might not be aware, but it's very serious. National food security is national security. And we, as Zambia National Service, are doing all that is in our power to ensure that we put smuggling under control. Otherwise, what will happen is that this country will run out of maize, mealie meal, and the result will be riots in this country. A hungry man, as they say, is an angry man. That's what we want to prevent. And we would like to ask all the citizens, including leaders, to cooperate with Zambia National Service. They cannot deliberately start beating individuals who are carrying 1 or 2 bags of mealie meal, unless they are mad. They can't do that. And so it's very difficult for me to conceptualize an officer of Zambia National Service at a roadblock, allowing trucks and trucks to go through, and yet not allow an individual small-scale farmer getting 1 bag of maize meal in order for them to consume. It is inconceivable. And so, what I would like to say here is I think we need to organize a small committee from our side to go and investigate this matter so that we put it to rest. Because I do not want to have a situation where the small-scale citizen farmer is being victimized at the expense of the smugglers who are taking trucks and truckloads of mealie meal to Congo. So, Honorable Member of Parliament, for me, that would be the best solution so that we put this thing to rest. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much. That is the answer, Minister. That is expected. Where possible, engage even the mobile unit, because there are other loopholes where the smuggling is taking place. The mobile units can actually go and mount patrols there. However, what you have indicated, how soon, I'm ready, even tomorrow, to commit myself that with your unit that you raise, we can actually go there so that we put this matter to rest. Otherwise, we'll soon be seeing people being killed like the way the case is for Kankoyo, where a boy has been shot by the ZNS people. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be waiting, Minister, for that.
I don't know whether that is a question or it was a comment. I don't know whether Honorable Minister of Defense, you want to say something about the comment?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Member of Parliament for Solwezi East, we appreciate, but please give us the luxury of time for us to be able to plan. We shall inform you as soon as we are ready. I thank you.
Thank you. I'll take 2 more. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and Honorable Minister, thank you very much for that response. Honorable Minister, whilst we appreciate the role that the Zambia National Service is playing in ensuring that we maintain the national food basket or security, it is evident and clear from the concern of the Honorable Member that indeed the harassment was there. Now that you, as the Minister of Defense, you are aware that that was happening, what is your word or what is your advice to the officers, Zambia National Service, going forward regarding the harassment? Because we don't want to see what happened in Kankoyo yesterday. What is your advice, Honorable Minister, to your officers?
The Honorable Minister of Defense.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for that very, very important question. I think to some extent I covered it. These officers are asked to be as professional as they can. And this is what is expected of the Zambia National Service officers. They are there for a purpose, and the purpose is seriously not to harass the small individuals who are carrying 1 or 2 bags of mealie meal for consumption, but to ensure that they control smuggling. And it's rife as I'm speaking. So my advice is the citizens of the Republic of Zambia should cooperate with Zambia National Service soldiers who are trying to control the smuggling. And the officers, on the other hand, Zambia National Service officers should cooperate fully and be as professional as they can be to ensure that this scourge is brought to an end, or at least is controlled. Other than that, if you go out of the way, as this government has always been maintaining, you'll be on your own if you break the law. I don't want to encourage Zambia National Service officers to break the law. If they break the law, they are on their own. And as I said in my statement, then the law will take its course. So let them work professionally and to everybody's satisfaction. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kwacha.
I'm grateful, Madam Speaker, to allow me to ask the Minister of Defense a follow-up question. Honorable Minister, we continue to receive numerous complaints across the country on the poor performance and operations of the Zambia National Service. Just a few minutes ago, the Honorable Member for Kankoyo raised a very serious issue relating to the killings of a young boy who was killed innocently. And when we talk of smuggling, if you go across the borders of Zambia and the DRC, you will find stacks and stacks of millimil coming from Zambia, passing through these same routes where ZNS are manning on a 24-hour basis. Now my question, Honorable Minister, is there any possibility by the government to make changes so that they can bring another security wing of a security wing other than ZNS to man these important routes leading to the border areas? For instance, we have Zambia Army, Zambia Police, and other security agencies. Why can't we make a change so that we can make comparisons on the operations by these other security wings? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Defense.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks very much, Honorable Member, for that very important question. The manning of these checkpoints is not exclusive to the Zambia National Service. In fact, we encourage a combination of police, Zambia National Service, and other security wings for the purpose of ensuring that there's integrity and no corruption, is practiced by these groups. So by integrating other security forces, we hope we can override the vice of corruption and ensure that we do what we can to ensure that smuggling is controlled. By nature of this, of a human being, in fact, some of the leaders are involved. We know them and we shall nab them. Nature of a human being is very, very complicated. And so even if you put roadblocks, you find that a millimil finds its way somehow into Zambia, into Congo. Not because Zambia National Service is complacent and not doing its job, but they have found various tricks to ensure that some millimil gets its way to the Democratic Republic of Congo. However, with Zambia Army to be deployed on missions like that has some complications because we are constrained by international law to do what you'd like us to do. And so as much as possible, we do not use the Zambia Army, but rather a combination of Zambia National Service, police, and other security wings. You find also there is OPSD also, Special Division is also there, sometimes even immigration. So it's a combination of these. And we hope that way we can do the best we can to ensure that food security is assured in Zambia. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Question for oral answer understanding order 74. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 147.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Mr. Tayengwa, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kawata, is asking the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development at A, how many kilometers of roads are earmarked for the construction in the Kawata parliamentary constituency under the L400 project, and at B, what the cost of the project is. In response, Madam Speaker, to the question raised by the Honorable Member, is to say at A, there are currently no kilometers of township roads that are earmarked for construction in Kawata parliamentary constituency under the L400 project. The L400 project was, as a matter of fact, executed under sister ministry, the Ministry of Infrastructure and Urban Development under the Road Development Agency. And the contract has since been cancelled as a result of budgetary constraints. Consequently, Madam Speaker, the question at B falls off. Thank you.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kawata, do you have a question?
No, Madam Speaker, I'm actually satisfied with the answers that the Minister has given.
Okay. The Honorable Member for Mandevu.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm aware that the Constitution of Zambia, Amendment Act number 2 of 2016, mandates the Ministry of Local Government to rehabilitate and develop bituminous roads in urban areas. Minister, how much have you provided for this function in the 2024 budget? Because we cannot continue seeing the ministry not doing any roads so far. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament for Mandevu, my son, for that emphatic question. Unfortunately, you have caught me on my back foot because I do not have the exact figures. Safe to say that under the 2024 budget, we have provided money. We have provided money for upgrading of certain towns, township roads to bituminous standards, and I can confirm to you from off my cuff that Choma is one of them, Sinazongwe is one of them, and a few up north. And also Mazabuka is one of them, if you want to know. Thank you.
Thank you. We make progress. Presentation of government bills. The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. Madam, I beg to present a bill entitled the Local Government Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill 28 of 2023. The object of the bill, Madam Speaker, is to amend the Local Government Act, Local Government Act 2019, so as to remove the restriction of the use of the Equalization Fund for capital expenditure.
Let the bill be read the first time.
The Local Government Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2023.
The bill stands referred to the Joint Committee on Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs, and the Committee on Local Government Accounts. The chairperson of the Committee of Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs shall preside over the proceedings of the Joint Committee. The Joint Committee is required to submit its report on the bill to the House by Thursday, 7th December 2023. Honorable members who wish to make submissions on the bill are free to do so within the program of work of the committee. Next, Next presentation, the Honorable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I beg to present a bill entitled the Subordinate Courts Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2023. The object...
Oh, sorry. You may continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The object of the bill is to amend the Subordinate Court Act so as to A, provide for the constitution of divisions of a subordinate court, B, revise the provisions relating to the civil jurisdiction of the subordinate court, C, empower the Chief Justice to set limits of the civil jurisdiction of magistrates' court by statutory instrument, D, provide for the holding of sessions in the subordinate court, and E, provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let the bill be read the first time.
The Subordinate Courts Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2023.
The bill stands referred to the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance. The committee is required to submit its report on the bill to the House by Thursday, 7th December 2023. And honorable members who wish to make submissions on the bill are free to do so within the program of work of the committee. The clerk will now read the orders of the day.
The Trademarks Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023, second reading.
The Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Any debate? The Honorable Minister of Commerce, the Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity given to me to present my statement on the Trademarks Bill number 11 of 2023. As you are aware, the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry is responsible for registering intellectual property rights and formalizing businesses through the Patents and the Companies Registration Agency. This is done through the registration of intellectual property rights such as trademarks, copyright and industrial designs, and the registration of business names or companies with the ultimate objective of fostering trade. Among other intellectual property laws administered by the agency such as the Patents Act and the Industrial Design Act, the agency also administers the Trademarks Act. The current Trademarks Act, Cap 401, was enacted in 1958. The purpose of this legislation was to provide a legal framework for the registration and protection of trademarks. The Act was amended in 1980 and in 1994 through the Trademarks Amendment Act number 17 of 1980 and number 13 of 1994. These amendments were, however, not adequate to bring the law in conformity with international standards. For example, the Act does not provide protection for well-known trademarks. There is no provision for registration of service marks. There is no provision for border enforcement measures to prevent the importation or exportation of goods that infringe the rights of a trademark holder. Therefore, it is for these reasons that the Trademarks Act is being repealed and replaced in order to address the identified gaps. Madam Speaker, you may wish to note that the Trademarks Act of 1958 is being repealed in order to address the identified gaps in the law and hereby bring our trademarks law in conformity with international minimum standards. The need to provide for adequate provisions that may help protect and administer trademarks in Zambia prompted the repeal and the replacement of the Trademarks Act Cap 401 by a new Trademarks Act. Madam Speaker, the objects of the bill are: A, provide for the registration and protection of trademarks and the geographical indications; B, provide for the rights conferred by the registration of trademarks and geographical indications; C, provide for the effects of registration of trademarks and geographical indications; D, provide for civil and criminal enforcement for infringement of registered trademarks and geographical indications; E, domesticate the Madrid Protocol relating to the international registration of marks, the Paris Convention for the Protection of Industrial Property, and the World Trade Organization Agreement on the trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights. F, repeal and replace the Trademarks Act 1958, and the G, provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. The Trademarks Bill of 2023, once enacted, will continue being implemented by the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry through the Patents and Companies Registration Agency. The bill will introduce the registration and protection of service marks, recognize and protect geographical indications, recognize and protect well-known trademarks, introduce multi-class application system, enhance enforcement, and give effect to the relevant international treaties to which Zambia is a state party. Madam Speaker, the bill provides for the registration of service marks, which will enable the service sector in Zambia to seek legal protection for the marks which are used to distinguish their services from those of other service providers on the market. The bill will also provide for the protection of geographical indications, GIs. These are unique names of signs by which a product is identified as originating from a particular geographical location. Geographical indications describe a product as having certain qualities, characteristics, or reputation which are exclusively or essentially associated with a service geographical origin, with a specific geographical origin. The protection of geographical indications is likely to enhance the value for products that are deeply rooted in tradition, culture, and geography, and thereby support rural development and promote new job opportunities in local communities. Madam Speaker, the Patents and Companies Registration Agency, PACRA, has been charged with a mandate for registration of international marks. This will introduce in Zambia the procedure for making and receiving international applications for the registration of marks under the Madrid Protocol, to which Zambia is a state party. This will enable Zambia businesses and individuals to obtain trademarks protection in multiple countries through a single application filed at PACRA. The purpose of this provision is to simplify the procedure and reduce the cost of registering a trademark in multiple countries. The bill also introduces the border enforcement measures, which will provide for restrictions on the importation of counterfeit trademark goods. Government recognizes that infringing goods, especially counterfeit trademark goods and pirated copyright goods, cause harm to the economy and they threaten the health and safety of our people. Therefore, border enforcement measures will be introduced through this law to facilitate the detection of counterfeit goods originating from abroad, seize, suspend their release into circulation at their point of entry. Madam Speaker, it is expected that once enacted, the bill will repeal the Trademarks Act Cap 401 of the laws of Zambia and replace it with a new legislation that will provide adequate provisions that will help protect and administer the registration of trademarks in Zambia. In conclusion, the repeal and the replacement of the Trademarks Act Cap 401 of the laws of Zambia will help address the gaps identified in the law and bring the trademarks law in conformity with international best practices. Once implemented, the bill is also likely to enhance the value of products that are deeply rooted in tradition, agriculture and geography, and thereby support rural development and promote new job opportunities in local communities. I would like to urge the honorable members of this august House to fully support this bill. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Any further debate? The chairperson on National Economy, Trade and Labor Matters, the Honorable Member for Mwandi.
Madam Speaker, I beg to present the report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labor Matters on the Trademarks Bill number 11 of 2023, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 15th November 2023.
You may continue, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, in line with the terms of reference, the espoused in the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021, the committee was tasked to consider the Trademarks Bill number 11 of 2023. The committee has the pleasure to represent its report on the bill. Madam Speaker, since the members have read the report, I'll only highlight a few silent issues that the committee encountered while considering the bill. I wish to state from the onset that the committee supports the bill, and therefore I wish to urge the House to support this non-controversial bill. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the bill intends to bring the Zambian trademark law in tandem with the minimum standards of the TRIPS agreement, which came into effect on the 1st of January 1995. The Trademarks Bill number 11 of 2023 will give effect to the Madrid Protocol, which relates to the international registration of trademarks, as well as the Paris Convention for the protection of industrial property. The bill will also facilitate for the domestication and introduction into the Zambian trademarks law, the registration and protection of service marks, and the geographical indications, recognize and allow the registration of less traditional forms of trademarks, such as three-dimensional signs, audible signs, and olfactory signs, and to enhance enforcement provisions, as well as introduce border measures in order to combat counterfeit products and prevent them from entering the local market. Madam Speaker, considering that all stakeholders who appeared before the committee supported the bill, allow me to highlight the few salient issues that arose during the committee's deliberations. Madam Speaker, the committee notes that Clause 51 provides for safeguarding of well-known trademark. A well-known trademark is defined as one that is widely acknowledged in the Republic as belonging to an individual from a convention state. A resident therefore there or having a legitimate industrial or commercial presence in the country. However, the committee noted that there is a lack of awareness among members of the public, as well as some business regarding the significance and legal consequences of using a well-known trademark. In this vein, the committee recommends that the Patents and Companies Registration Agency, PACRA, should establish a rapid registration system which will expedite the registration and protection procedures for well-known trademarks. In addition, specific guidelines and a streamlined process should be put in place to prevent delays, as well as potential for foreign entities to register these trademarks before ordinary Zambians get a chance. Madam Speaker, clause number 97 provides for the application process for the registration of a geographical indication. This clause outlines the steps involved in applying for the registration of a name or sign that defines a product as originating from a specific geographical location. Madam Speaker, such indications tie a product to particular quantities, characteristics, or reputation associated primarily with that specific geographic location. However, the committee notes a lack of public awareness regarding the necessary or trademarks for these products and the potential well-funded institution to exploit local products by registering them. The committee therefore implores PACRA to embark on a robust awareness campaign to educate local producers on the requirements and procedures for obtaining and maintaining geographical indication status. These education efforts may include providing financial assistance, technical guidance, and capacity building programs. Madam Speaker, the committee further notes that Clause 118 outlines the responsibilities of a trademark agent, which involves representing the application during the trademark registration process, as specified in the bill. The clause also provides that a trademark agent should possess a minimum of 5 years' experience to be eligible to practice as an agent. This requirement may result in high fees, making it unaffordable for ordinary Zambians to access the services of agents. In this regard, the committee is of the view that it would be prudent to allow any legal registered firm to act as a trademark agent and suggests removing the 5-year experience requirement from the bill. This adjustment aims at making services of agents more accessible without imposing potential barriers for ordinary citizens seeking the services. Madam Speaker, I therefore urge all honorable members in this august House to support the bill as it is not controversial at all. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to render my sincere gratitude to you and the Clerk of the National Assembly for the guidance and support rendered to the committee throughout its deliberations. Gratitude also goes to all the stakeholders who rendered both written and oral submissions before the committee. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry wind-up debate.
Madam Speaker, I'm eternally grateful to the House for the overwhelming support that this bill has received. I hear someone say question, but silence means support. I am thankful to the committee chairperson, the Honorable Member for Mwandi, for the points that the committee has raised, specifically the protection of well-known trademarks. As a ministry, we hear what has been said, and also the establishment of a rapid registration process for PACRA, and also enhanced knowledge in terms of the rights of people. I think the ministry, together with the agencies, will work on the matters that have been highlighted by the committee. With that, Madam Speaker, I thank the House for their support. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read a second time.
The Trademarks Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023.
Committee stage to be taken when?
Madam Speaker, next Tuesday, November 28th, 2023.
Next stage to be taken on 28th November 2023. Next order.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure, Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
When business was interrupted on Friday, 17th November 2023, the Committee of Supply on the Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for the year 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024, presented to the National Assembly in September 2023, was considering Head 18, Judiciary, and Mr. Chala, Member of Parliament for Chipiri, was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like the House to know that this head was started on Friday, so some members already debated. So we'll take a few.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Before I was interrupted, I stated that there is no justification why I should not support this budget for this very important institution. Judiciary is the cornerstone of our society, charged with sacred duty to interpret the laws and settle the disputes, hence critical in the maintenance of the rule of law. This institution must be allowed to operate freely without any political interference, without the executive of the government to take position in any matter, especially when the matter is before the court of law. That will mean like the executive is interfering. So we are urging the executive to ensure that this institution is very professional, independent, as they execute their duty. In any constitutional democracy, judicial is a central theme of the constitution of any country, like Zambia. So we are urging all of us as politicians, because we always wanted to interfere in issues when any organization has dispute, allow the judiciary, the officers, to make their own independent decision as a professional body. Let them show their professionalism without any interference.
Point of order.
Mr. Chairperson, with these few remarks, I support the budget, and I urge everyone not to have any hand in their operation. I thank you.
Mr. Ndereki.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing the people of Katombora constituency to add their voice on this very important head, which is head 18, addressing the judiciary. Mr. Chairman, the people of Katombora wish to begin by saying that we support the allocation of funds to the judiciary. We would actually have wished for much more, but for the limitation of the resource envelope. Allow me, Mr. Chairman, to address the importance of the judiciary in the promotion of the rule of law and good governance. Mr. Chairman, the judiciary is a very, very important arm of government that requires enough resources, enough funding, and enough support in order to promote the rule of law and ensure that the judiciary remain pivotal in the defense of human rights. Mr. Chairman, you are aware where we are coming from, the challenges of violation of human rights were very rampant and serious, but the judiciary have stood firm and want to support judicial independence as the people of Katombora constituency to ensure that the judiciary is independent as an institution and individual autonomy of the judicial officers be protected, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, allow me also to refer to the issues of the desires of the time, that there is need for serious reforms in the judiciary, in the sense that there has been a lot of challenges regarding delayed judgments. Mr. Chairman, a lot of our people have been detained or are under detention even for longer periods of time. And the people of Katombola, through me, Mr. Chairman, are saying that the judiciary must pull up to ensure that by all means we are able to dispose of court matters within the shortest possible period. We are aware of the limitation the judiciary encounters of shortage of manpower, and even that they are still on manual, they don't have. But we appeal to the judiciary to ensure that the problem that we are having of delayed judgments and backlog of cases should be addressed as soon as yesterday. Mr. Chairman, this causes extrajudicial detention of our people. We have people, for example, Mr. Chairman, who have been in custody. The case was closed maybe a year ago, but they're still in detention. Judgment has not been rendered. We appeal to the judiciary in the modernization of the judiciary to ensure that the problem of backlog of cases and delayed judgments be addressed. Overcrowding in detention facilities, again, this is a responsibility, Mr. Chairman, of the judiciary, of our judicial officers, to ensure that persons who are suspects or pre-trial detainees are brought before court within reasonable time. A lot of our people, particularly those who have no access to legal representation, Mr. Chairman, have had to remain in custody for longer periods, like 4, 5 months, 7 months before somebody could see the courtroom. And we appeal to the judiciary in that regard to ensure, Mr. Chairman, that our people who are in detention facilities are checked by the judiciary. Allow me also to address the issue, Mr. Chairman, which is a controversial subject while we support judicial independence, the issue of judicial accountability. We would like from Katombola to ensure that the judiciary remains accountable. Judges and judicial officers report on time in court. We don't want a situation where you go to court, you only see a judge arriving at 11 hours. Mr. Chairman, as people of Katombola, so far we are very happy with the performance of the judiciary. It's performing very, very well, and we urge the judiciary to remain as such. The people of Katombola think that the judiciary must go in the direction, Chairman, of beaming live proceedings of controversial nature or public interest, so that the people of Zambia are able to follow and account for the people they have employed who are judicial officers, to ensure that judicial officers are handling these matters publicly, so that our people are able to follow, whether it's a presidential petition or whatever it could be. These matters must be addressed in public. Mr. Chairman, we want to thank the judiciary for being steadfast. We haven't had serious problems with the performance of the judiciary, but we feel that the judiciary could do more. We are aware of the limitations the judiciary is going through, such as limitation of court space, inadequate members of staff, dilapidated infrastructure, and a number of challenges like lack of transport and modernized infrastructure. Mr. Chairman, generally the people of Katombola are in support of the vote that has been allocated to the judiciary, but we wish that the judiciary should be decentralized into Katombola constituency, so that in Kazungura district we don't have to ferry our people long distances for them to attend court either in Kalomo or in Livingstone. Chairman, people of Katombola are absolutely in support to the allocation given to the judiciary, and we want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity, and we wish the judiciary well as they dispense justice in this republic. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mulewa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for according the people of Kafulafuta to add their voice to the head on the floor. Let me start by saying the people of Kafulafuta are in full support of this head budget. Though in one sense, we feel that the amount allocated is on the lower side, considering the fact that recently we had judges that were appointed in the Constitutional Court, Appeal Court, and High Court, some of which come from private sectors where their earnings were determined by how much they worked hard. So the people of Kaflafuta are of the view that this head needed to receive a bit more finances to ensure that there is a cushion for the newly appointed judges so that we don't have problems with issues of corruption, looking at the fact that this is a very, very critical institution. My few interactions with the judiciary, I think I've been extremely impressed with the way some matters have been held, but we seem still to grapple with delays in delivering of or disposing of the cases. So as Kaflafutians, we fully support the budget and feel that Mr. Speaker, I maintain my stance. I feel that this head needs a bit more funding. And I would also like to say the people of Kaflafuta would like to see a situation where judges and magistrates are not kept in one station for too long, as they will become familiar with the surroundings, and that might cause us problems. I'm saying this because I've interacted with a few people from the judiciary, and I know some of them have been where they've been for a very, very long time. So when an officer in these offices is transferred, obviously there will be more money needed for moving their goods, looking for their housing accommodation, and so on and so forth. I note that the allocation for furniture is 72 million, and like I said earlier, we had judges who were appointed recently, and I feel that this amount is not adequate to meet the needs that need to be addressed by the ministry. So, as always, as a man of few words, I wish to make this submission on behalf of the people of Kaflafuta. I thank you.
Mr. Daka.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving the people of Chadiza an opportunity to add a voice on this very important head. Mr. Chairman, the people of Chadiza are in full support of this head and would like to tender their appreciation to government for having been supporting this institution in the last 2 years. In the last 2 years, we have seen that government has been funding this institution to an extent that we have seen a lot of progression in a number of activities under the judiciary. Mr. Chairman, it's not a secret that the judiciary is one of the most important arm of government. And the people of Chadiza are very aware that, the judiciary are facing a number of challenges, especially in the infrastructure sector. Mr. Chairman, if you look at the trend, government has been appointing judges without a corresponding increase in terms of capacity to do with the construction of courtrooms. Mr. Chairman, there are some of the courts that have been established, like the Court of Appeal and the Constitutional Court. If you look at where the Court of Appeal is located, it deserves, you can wonder, Mr. Chairman, how a court which is supposed to be located in a very ideal place where there's silence and orderliness But if you go to Kamala, there where that court is located, there's total disorder there. And Mr. Chairman, I would like to appeal to government that you have to look into it. That court where it's located is a total disaster. The court cannot operate properly there. And there's with regard to the Constitutional Court, Mr. Chairman, I don't know whether the Constitutional Court has got a proper domain. I don't know. We have concentrated much to do with the appointment of judges, but no corresponding capacitation of infrastructure so that these judges have put courtrooms or I mean, the chambers for the judges. Because I've seen situations like in Solwezi, Mr. Chairman, there's no high courtroom in Solwezi. You go to Ndola, you find that basically maybe there are two, I don't know whether they even have public toilets at the Ndola High Court. Mr. Chairman, in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is that we need to support this institution with regards to infrastructure development. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to bore the House, but my emphasis today has much to do with the infrastructure. In 2023, they planned to construct 10 courts, but what did we see? None. None was constructed. And how do you expect a court to operate properly with the no proper courtrooms, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, people of Chadiza don't want to bore the House, but they would want to appeal to government that they should look at issues to do with enhancing the capacity of the judiciary with regard to construction of courtrooms and any other infrastructure which is needed. And the people of Chadiza would like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, as we support this head. Thank you.
Mr. Mapani.
Thank you so very much, Chairman, for according me this opportunity to add 2-3 sentences to this very important head which is on the floor of this House today. The judiciary, as we are aware, is one of the 3 arms of government. Of course, its major role is to interpret the law and try to manage that process. I think from ab initio, I want to register that we support the bill, like any other colleagues or honorables who debated, by saying that if it was possible, would have wished more money allocated to the same. However, with what has been allocated, we still stand to support it. And it's very important to make it known from the word go that on the allocation that has been made this year, we have seen an increase, meaning now there are a lot of things that ought to be performed by the same organ, which is the judiciary. We expect the judiciary to actually spend a reasonable amount to ensure that people are sensitized about their functions. If you look at what's happening in the rural setups, people literally don't understand what actually the role of the judiciary is. And we hope that with this increment, there should be, or there will be, an opportunity where a certain amount will be spent to ensure that these people, the citizens of this country, are aware of the function of the roles of the judiciary. Further, it's inevitable to indicate that the judiciary, they should create that rapport between them and the people, particularly the citizens, because in some constituencies or some instances, when people are called to appear before the courts, they have always made it that the courts are actually the enemies because of the relationship which is not there. So it's our hope that using the same funds, there will be that relationship between the people and the courts, and that people should be willingly, freely get to court so that their differences or their disputes can actually be resolved. And in this situation we're in of democracy, there are a lot of issues that actually happen in our country, and everyone hopes that the courts will stand firm all the time to ensure that the laws and the disputes are actually interpreted or are managed in the manner that's befitting. Mr. Chairman, the courts have a function to ensure that the people's rights are actually interpreted in the manner that's befitting. We have a couple of rights or freedoms that actually that are always or prone to be violated, like freedoms of assemblies, freedom of association, freedom of speech, and others. And I think on these few freedoms that I've indicated, it's very important that the judiciary, particularly the courts, take keen interest in ensuring that the people's rights are always respected, unlike what used to happen before, where to enjoy these rights, one needed to actually affiliate or belong to a certain section, which was ill. It's a prayer that's now going forward, the way it has been from the time actually the New Dawn government came into power, that people shall exercise, enjoy these rights across board, regardless of color, tribe, or political affiliation, because that is your role. And further, I want to make it clear that the courts, when people say some judgments are taking long to be actually adjudicated or to be passed, you have to ensure that people's interest is actually respected. There are a couple of cases that are before the courts and have taken long, and people have actually lost interest. And we want to believe, as we proceed with these amounts that have been given, we expect actually issues to be handled within the reasonable space. With these few words, Mr. Chairperson, I submit.
Mr. Kafwaya.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, I wish to appreciate your policy statement and kindly take to the judiciary for me my message of goodwill. Honorable Minister, I would like to support the appropriation to the judiciary because the judiciary is very important as an anchor of our peace in our society. Honorable Minister, you can imagine what could happen to this country if we did not have the judiciary. Honorable Minister, if the judiciary never existed, people would be at the mercy of the politically inclined executive and the politically inclined National Assembly, and that can be a problem. So the judiciary comes in.
Order. As the time is 1640 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on Parliament Television. Business will resume at 17 hours as the House has resolved into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. And the head that the House is currently debating is Head 18. That's the judiciary. And on the floor of the House, just before the break, was Lunte lawmaker Mr. Kafwaya adding his voice to this particular head. So we do expect him to finish off his thoughts after the break. We did see the First Deputy Speaker acquainting the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of honourable members of the Committee on Gender, Labour and Social Development and staff from the Parliament of Uganda. And on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam First Deputy Speaker did welcome the distinguished guests into our midst. She also did recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils from Mukwela Primary School in Kalomo District. And so on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker warmly welcomed the visitors in our midst. The Speaker did permit the Minister of Health, Honourable Masebo, to render a ministerial statement, and it was on the recruitment of 3,000 health workers countrywide. Just now, we equally take a break. Stay tuned.
Advancing the health of adolescents, particularly their sexual and reproductive health, including HIV prevention and care, is an important aspect of one's well-being. It is for this reason that the National Assembly of Zambia, through the Sexual Reproductive Health Rights Caucus, continues to pursue such issues. Speaking at the launch of the Advocacy Strategy for Members of Parliament 2023 to 2027, Advancing Life Skills and Health Education and Sexual Reproductive Health Rights in Zambia, held at Parliament Buildings in Lusaka, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, Right Honourable Madam Nelly Moti, MP, FAPRA, expressed gratitude to the parliamentarians for having championed the advocacy strategy.
Parliamentarians affirmed their commitment to end these vices through a communique
and recognize that comprehensive sexual education, now known as the life skills and health education, was an integral part of the provision of the reproductive health services for women and adolescents and safeguarding the health of their children and the societies at large. Honorable members, I am happy to see that you have gone ahead to mobilize yourselves and put in place a self-driven advocate strategy that will galvanize your efforts on matters of sexual reproductive health and rights of national and constituency levels. This will go a long way in ensuring that you play your constitutional functions effectively for the delivery of the life skills and health education framework and for the protection of the rights of the adolescent girls and boys. And here I'm glad that the boy child is also added, because there has been a tendency for us to concentrate more on the girl child. The boy child also needs the help. And well done, honorable members, for that. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I recognize that the advocate strategy resonates with the regional and international policy frameworks, processes and commitments that Zambia has made to promote and protect the rights of adolescent girls or young women and achieving universal access to quality education. These include the new Global AIDS Strategy 2021 to 2026, the United Nations Political Declaration for Ending Inequalities, Ending AIDS by 2030, and the SADC SRHR Strategy 2019 to 2030. It is, therefore, timely that the strategy is adopted when the country is embarking on implementing the 8th National Development Plan, which is key to the attainment of the aspirations of Vision 2030.
The launch attracted participation from various stakeholders as well as school children from selected schools in Lusaka. In a speech read on behalf of the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Ms. Beatrice Mutali, UNESCO Program Officer, Ms. Alice Saile, reiterated the UN's commitment to supporting the advocacy strategy.
On behalf of the UN system, this is something that is very pleasing to us that we've supported this process, because we know that this will underscore the commitment that the National Assembly and indeed the government has in ensuring that young people are provided with knowledge, with skills, and also supported to ensure that they're able to complete their education and they're able to reach their full potential, attain their goals, and also maybe serve as members of parliament in future and also contribute to the national development. Through the UN cooperation framework that speaks directly to how the UN system in Zambia will support the development agenda for Zambia, but also directly support the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan, the UN in Zambia has supported the government to implement policies and strategies that are very critical in the area of ensuring that the well-being of young people is addressed. These include the National Health Strategy, the Ministry of Health National Adolescent Health Strategy, the Child Code Act, the Life Skills and Health Education Framework, the Education Sector Policy, and many other policies that we're still supporting that are in the process of being developed. And that is why, Madam Speaker and members of Parliament in this room today, the strategy that is being launched today is so important, because this is a tool that the UN system and other partners are going to use to support your work within your constituencies and beyond as you try and address the health, education needs, and mental health well-being of the young people that you serve in your constituencies. And this will actually speak into the broader national agenda, because the strategy speaks directly to the attainment of SDG number 3 on good health and well-being, SDG number 4 on education, and SDG number 5 on gender equality.
Earlier, Deputy Clerk Corporate Affairs of the National Assembly of Zambia, Mr. Stephen Kawimbe, highlighted the importance of caucuses at the National Assembly of Zambia.
As you are aware,
caucuses are voluntary and involuntary, rather informal mechanisms that are established to provide a platform for parliamentarians to promulgate and promote identified common interests in their parliamentary work. Although informal, these platforms benefit parliamentarians immensely as they allow them to collaborate and effectively acquaint themselves on critical current policy issues and other areas of interest that require members' attention. Further, this equips members with information which enables them to advocate for change in legislation or policy and to accelerate progress in their areas of interest. In view of the above, permit me to emphasize the point that with coordinated effort, caucuses can contribute to and impact on the core functions of parliament, government, and political processes, thereby shaping the agenda for national development.
Mr. Joseph Munsanje, chairperson of the Sexual Reproductive Health Rights Caucus, who is also a member of parliament from Babala, disclosed that the launch of the advocacy strategy is an indication on how parliamentarians are committed to issues of sexual reproductive health.
The strategy was purely developed by parliamentarians of the caucus, but I must hasten to say that it is not for members of the caucus only, but for all parliamentarians. So, members of parliament here who are not members of the caucus, I know in the caucus we've got 50 members, you are all welcome. This strategy is for you. It's not for us alone. I was one of the facilitators in line with the SDGs of leaving no one behind, with another gentleman called Mr. Wariwia Wamundira. You might have seen him during the Disability Caucus. He's a blind person, but he was part and parcel of the facilitation for the development of this caucus. So, that is how we can demonstrate that this caucus is inclusive and wishes to leave no one behind. Madam Speaker, this is why the strategy is purposely called the National Assembly of Zambia Strategy on LC and SRHR, because the understanding is that matters of sexual reproductive health and rights are of great concern not only to us members in the caucus, but all parliamentarians, because members of parliament represent people that are affected by impacts of child marriages, teenage pregnancy, gender-based violence, gender inequality, youth underrepresentation, poor or limited health services, persons with disabilities, defilement, molestation, among many others.
In a vote of thanks, an activist from Youth-Led Health Zambia, Ms. Kuda Kwashe Piri, expressed gratitude for the successful launch of the advocacy strategy.
We are optimistic that this will foster the speedy implementation of the policies and commitments affecting young people as they currently face numerous SRH challenges, including high HIV incidence rates, child marriages, and high rates of early and unintended pregnancies.
The event was characterized with dance and exhibition from different partners that showcased their work on how they are contributing in the drive to progress in the realms of life skills, health education, and sexual reproductive health within Zambia. It is hoped that with the launch of the advocacy strategy, Zambia will advance in the life skills and health education.
Julian Inyemba, those were my names given by my parents. But I have a very funny name, a nickname, which was given to me by my father, Mfanki. This is the name which I'm known even in the constituency. Even by the little girl, I'm known by this name, the nickname. But it is not on my professional papers, neither on my NRC. Then in the teaching fraternity, because I was a teacher, I'm known as Mrs. Kapia because I was married to Mr. Kapia. So when you go in the teaching fraternity, I'm Mrs. Kapia. When you go to the constituents of Chifunabuli, I am Funky. When you come to Parliament and on a professional level, certificates, it's Julian Nyemba. I'm a widow. My late husband, Mr. Lucius Constantino Kapia, died in 1991. He was working here at National Assembly. I'm a mother of two, a girl and a boy. A girl aged 32 and a boy aged 30. I went to Mansa Teachers Training College after completing grade 12 or Form 5 at that time from Zambia Secondary School, because first of all I went to Lubwe Primary School for the Catholics. Then I qualified. I went to St. Mary's Secondary School in Kawambwa, where I did Form 1 to Form 3. Because of financial challenges, I shifted. I got a transfer. I went to Zambia Secondary School, where I did Form 4 and Form 5. From there, I went to Mansa Teachers Training College and pursued a certificate in primary teaching. Then I went to teach at Lukwesa Primary School in Mwese District. Then when I got married to my late husband, Mr. Kapia, I shifted to Lusaka in 1987. Then I taught at Justin Kabwe in Mandevu. I taught at Olympia Primary School in Olympia. And then I taught also at Bama Primary School before I went on voluntary separation to go and do my own things, because I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a teacher and an entrepreneur at the same time. So I went on voluntary separation from the government. Chifunabuli constituency is a new created district which was declared by His Excellency Dr. Edgar Chagwalungu in 2018. In 2018. Chifunabuli has got potential to grow because it has got a lot of water bodies. And Chifunabuli people, as I know, they are hardworking and they would want to do whatever government program is being brought, especially the women folk, because I've gone there as an example to them. I come from a rural area. I was born there and I was brought up there. No wonder I took up this responsibility. Right now, Chifunabuli is on a good road to development, especially if we use the water bodies for agriculture throughout the whole year. And when we can even go for fish farming and then the growing of rice. If we can only have people who can go and invest in Chifunabuli, especially in the growing of rice, cattle rearing, fish farming, and vegetable growing, anything. Chifunabuli has got a fertile land, it has got plenty of water, good rainfall pattern. My developmental agenda for Chifunabuli, looking at Chifunabuli, which was under the missionaries for a long time, the White Fathers, they developed Chifunabuli, and Chifunabuli had a lot of people who were educated. But I have observed the literacy levels have gone up. So I'm now advocating for all the parents to be taking their children to school. When you've got an educated society, an informed society, things will be easy for you. And then the development would even come, because most of the people would be able to understand the agendas and the programs for the government. The last word to the people of Chifunabuli is that I have stood as an example to them, especially the women folk. They are supposed to look at me as an example. I have gone into the constituency, interacting with them, encouraging them to do small businesses, encouraging them to grow food, to protect their families with food security at household levels. I'm always there. I'm encouraging them so that we work together as a team. We shouldn't only be looking at men. I've done it. Chifunabuli women can also do it. So I'm their role model. That's why I always go there to encourage them to do one or two things. We have formed clubs where we are rearing chickens, we are keeping goats, and we are also going into agriculture and into fish farming with the youths and the women in Chifunabuli. I want Chifunabuli to go back to the roots where our parents taught us to work and then to have self-discipline. Tumwebe nangumbo banamayo na batata nemisepela chentubombele pamo nsala nindi minwa tempulirwa kyentubonfya amenshile satupele kyentubonfya nomushili usuma ole satupele kuchifuna buli ifwe nga kwali babashuka ifwe fwe bena chifuna buli twali kwata amenshi ayengi twali kwata nomushili usuma wotwingalima mwe filimwa fya kweba tumwaka wonse tuleli okwa buloku bulwa.
Thank you for joining us here on Parliament Television. As business will resume in 2 minutes' time, that's at 17 hours, the House has since resolved into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. And the House is considering Head 18, that's the judiciary. Other heads that are expected to be considered on the floor of the House include Head 31, that's the Ministry of Justice, Head 53, Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, and lastly for today, Head 26, that's the Ministry of Information and Media. So we would urge you to stay tuned and listen into the debates regarding these heads of expenditure and revenue. There was a presentation of some government bills at first reading stage, two of them. The first one was the Local Government Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2023. It was read the first time and has been referred to the Joint Committee on Local Government, Housing and Chiefs Affairs, and the report is expected to be submitted to the House on Thursday, the 7th of December 2023. The other bill that was read the first time was the Subordinate Courts Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2023, which was equally read the first time and has been referred to the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance, and the report is expected to be submitted to the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. So in case you've just tuned in, just before the break, the House had actually resolved into committee, and the consideration is Head 18, the judiciary. Stay tuned right here as we continue to bring Parliament closer to you. So as soon as the quorum is constituted, business will resume. 1/3 of members of parliament need to be in the House in order for business to be transacted on the floor of the House. And the House has since resolved into Committee of Supply and considering Head 18, that's the judiciary. We also expect the House to consider Head 31, that's the Ministry of Justice, Head 53, Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, and lastly for today, Head 26, that's the Ministry of Information and Media. And so as soon as the quorum is formed, business will resume. Stay tuned right here on Parliament Television.
When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply was considering Head 18 Judiciary, and Mr. Kafwaya, Member of Parliament for Lunte, had just started debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Let me continue supporting the appropriation to the judiciary. Honorable Minister, I want to make a submission under just two headings, so I'll be brief. Under the current status and what I consider future requirements. Under the current status, Honorable Minister, I think we as a society must make the life of the judiciary easier. We should be able to appreciate the work that the judiciary does and accord it the necessary independence. Honorable Minister, judgments, orders, injunctions which come out of the judiciary must be respected by all of us. Without respecting judgments and orders and injunctions from the judiciary, you will soon start hearing that a case which was closed a long time ago has been reopened because people have no respect for the judiciary. Honorable Minister, you will begin to see that a citizen, a good citizen who complies with a court order is fired from work, maybe transferred from one post to the other, simply on account of adhering with a court order. Honorable Minister, it is our responsibility as a people to make the life of the judiciary better. People who have no mandate to interpret the Constitution will begin to interpret the Constitution if we don't respect the judiciary. We have examples, the Honorable Minister, which have been referred to even on the floor of this House. Elections in Kabush and in Kwach, in Kitwe. A body seated elsewhere goes about interpreting the Constitution. That must not happen. This is a responsibility of the judiciary. I don't want to state elsewhere where everyone knows the constitutions have been interpreted, letters written. You know, it's in public domain. I would like to see a situation where the judiciary is respected, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, under what I consider future requirements, I would like you as a government to consider capacitating the judiciary in terms of offering it financial independence. Expand the amount of money that is going into the judiciary. There are areas of savings that can be considered. There are areas of revenue generation that can be considered in order to grow the budget, to give more money to the judiciary. Very soon, Honorable Minister, the judiciary will have a boom of cases. Don't you consider, Honorable Minister, that these illegal CDF procurements that we are seeing now will soon go to court? Don't you consider that these single sourcing FISIP procurements that we are seeing will soon go to court? Don't you consider, Honorable Minister, that drug procurements on the basis of single sourcing, and for that matter you procure drugs which are impotent, will soon go to court? Very soon the court will have a lot of work. It's very important that its scope is expanded. Honorable Minister, illegal audits in Ministry of Finance, in defense, those things will go to court. They are just waiting for the right time. And at that time, the judiciary is going to be indeed overwhelmed. Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Minister needs to know that these are matters that are very important to the public. These are matters that are critically important to the nation. And because of that, capacitating, increasing the capacity of the judiciary is important. I would like to end by saying, I, on behalf of the people of Lunte, thoroughly support the judiciary. And I think that All of us well-meaning Zambians must support the judiciary, and we must ensure that the judiciary is given what is due to them so that they operate in an environment that is not only enabled but free from intimidation by those who wield power. Mr. Chairman, I wish to appreciate you.
Mr. Nakoka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity given to the people of Luena to debate Head 18, which is the judiciary. Chairperson, the judiciary is a repository of our constitutional order. In fact, for the record, Article 118, Sub 1, provides as follows. The judicial authority of the Republic derives from the people of Zambia and shall be exercised in a just manner, and such exercise shall promote accountability. Mr. Chairman, this is what the people of Zambia voted for. Because in the years past, Chairperson, this constitutional authority vested in the judiciary on behalf of the people of Zambia was never regarded with the sanctity that it deserves. And therefore we are happy as the people of Luena to see that under the new Dawn government, efforts are being made to restore, one, the integrity, the independence, the professionalism that the judiciary is expected to operate with. And obviously for that to happen, there is need for more resources to be made available. Chairperson, indeed, when looking at the judiciary, some people might be tempted to start bringing in things that have got absolutely nothing to do with the head that's under debate. But it's understandable. The constitutional democracy that we are enjoying now, where parties that are having conflicts, be it at a personal level or within their clubs, whether they are registered as political parties or otherwise, are being encouraged to go to court and seek resolution. As opposed to be bringing those issues to other platforms where they have no business seeking adjudication in those platforms. So we are happy that the judiciary is stepping forward to perform its role. And so our colleagues with disputes are encouraged to pursue that path. Chairperson, we of the people of Luena would like to note that the judiciary has set very ambitious targets for itself. When you look at the percentages of deliverables, this being an output-based budget, you will see that percentage of originating summons that the judiciary has set to dispose of within 7 months, everything is at 80%. You look at percentage of criminal cases, percentage of civil cases, they have set very ambitious targets for themselves. And for that to happen, it means that there is need for more resources to be made available. One is reminded of the fact that the judiciary has made a pronouncement that soon they would like to start broadcasting cases as they are being adjudicated over in our courts. And we think for that to happen, certainly there is need for this budget, part of the procurement of equipment, to go towards broadcasting equipment so that the necessary infrastructure for broadcasting of court proceedings can be procured. Obviously, we do understand this cannot all be done in 1 year, but we hope that in the 2024 budget we can see this being implemented. Mr. Chairperson, we do know that broadcasting court proceedings live is a major part of ensuring that justice is not only done, but is also seen to be done. And it should not only be seen by those who have the opportunity to go and sit within the court precinct, but even those around the country and around the world, so that they can see how justice is being dispensed. Mr. Chairperson, we also would like to submit that the ministry should probably also consider in dealing with the backlog of cases, something that I think other honorables have also talked about today and previously, that may be an option of hiring part-time judges so that they can help with dealing with the backlog of cases. Obviously, we appreciate that this might require some legal framework amendments, and as the people of Luena, we would like to indicate that we would be committed to support such amendments as long as it results in justice being dispensed much more quickly, as the old adage goes, that justice delayed is justice denied. So we think this institution deserves a lot of support. Chairperson, we would like to conclude by indicating that quite often when we are talking about the judiciary, our focus is so much on the justices. And we tend to forget that there is a whole cadre of professionals that support the judiciary system. And so we would like to indicate that in future, let's make sure that the support system that supports our justices is well-oiled and well-motivated as well. Indeed, because it's the judiciary, it means there will be a lot of focus on people that are practicing the legal profession within the judiciary system at various levels. But the system needs administrators, it needs accountants, the system needs procurement officers, and those individuals or those that cadre of employees as well need to be recognized for their services. So issues to do with promotions and issues to do with incentives in the system must also be taken into account. Chairperson, would like to thank you for the opportunity to contribute this debate, and with those few words, we would like to say we support this head and we would have wished for more money to be allocated to the judiciary in order to ensure that the people of Luena also can receive the justice that they deserve, even at the local level where they are. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you. The last one before the Minister responds is Mrs. Katuta.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate, and I'm pretty sure the people of Chenge really appreciate. Mr. Chair, this is a very important budget line that needs to be supported because it's where we can really see justice in our country. Mr. Chair, the judiciary is a place where would be like the last bus stop for any human rights, to be confirmed by every citizen of this country. Now, Mr. Chair, I'm getting concerned when I see that when there's a law, there's an act in this country, I think it's the High Court Act, which says when a case is in the public domain, it was first in the public domain, it was heard openly, it cannot go into camera. Now, Mr. Chair, where are we heading to? We've had cases before in this country. If I'm allowed to cite an example of the case of Shamwana treason case, it was never allowed to be heard in a camera. So why is this in particular certain case of real criminals from outside the country and local ones should be tried in a camera? Zambians would like to know. And if that's to be the case, then all the Zambians should be requesting to be tried in camera because it's also their constitutional right. And no one can say sensitive. I've given a very good example, Mr. Chair. Shamwana treason case was very sensitive. I was of the age where I understood what was going on. Now, what are we doing to our judiciary system if we try to destroy it, or if we show that when it comes to justice, we'll give justice to the elite or those who have connections to some who are politically exposed. What are we doing to the people of Chiengi, Wangeni, and other people? We have a lot of people, Mr. Chair, who are currently incarcerated. They've been incarceration for quite some time, and they would also want maybe their cases to be heard in the camera. So I think it's very important that as a nation, we do not look at the face, because I've heard several times the head of state saying that no one is above the law, and you cannot commit a crime in the name of being a leader of opposition, or being the leader of or being a politician.
There's a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Chairperson, I was seated here listening, trying to get what the honorable member is trying to debate. She's bringing innuendos, running to and fro, going this way, bringing cases which are in the courts and live in court. Is she in order, Mr. Chairperson, to be discussing issues which are actually active in court here in this parliament, according to our standing orders 65? I seek your serious hearing, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you.
It's a point of disturbance.
Order. I know we are not allowed to bring forth issues that are before the court. Let's desist from doing that. Honorable Member for Chiengi, let's ensure that our content of speech is something thoughtful to avoid contravening the law. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Honorable, for that point of order, not point of order, but point of disturbance. Mr. Chair, it's very important that now we seem to be innocent. And knowing the politics of this country, Mr. Chair, the very people are standing on point of disturbance, they'll find themselves in the cells and they'll feel the heat. Let's be fair and let's help our judicial system. It's very important. The truth of the matter is that we can tell that there's something that is wrong, too much of drama going on. Mr. Chair, I appreciate your guidance. Mr. Chair, I didn't mention any court case. I was talking about what was just in the newspaper, the diggers. And I wanted to compare with the case which is already in the public domain.
Honorable Member, I guided you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the other thing that I would want to talk about, we talk about decentralization, and we've been talking about CDF only as a tool that we're using for decentralization. I think when it comes to judiciary, we're not doing too good as a country. When you come to Chiengi, people have to wait for a magistrate to travel from Nchelenge to come and sit. In the meantime, the detainees will be waiting, waiting at the mercy of that magistrate to come. I think when we talk about decentralization, we need to have also correctional facilities within our areas, and also to have presiding officers within our areas. Also to have the prosecuting officers, the district offices in our areas. It's very important, Mr. Chair. I will not take much of your time, but it's very important that justice should be given to all the Zambians equally, and no one should be seen to be elite, and no one should be seen to be protected because it's so-called sensitive. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
May the Honorable Minister of Justice wind up debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by thanking the honorable members that have contributed to this debate. Honorable Chala,
Honorable Andeleki, Mulebwa, Mapani, Kafwaya, Anakoka, and last but not the least, Honorable Mrs. Katuta. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the general debate on the matter under consideration has been to support the judiciary, and there have been also cries, or the budget that has been put forward for the judiciary, and there have been also cries for the increment of the amounts that are allocated or appropriated for the judiciary. Indeed, I would echo those sentiments myself, the fiscal space allowing. But in the interim, it's important to note the substantial progress that has been made under the New Dawn government in terms of the budgetary allocation to the judiciary, with the exponential increase from 2022, where there was initially an amount of 617 million, to the now 890 million that has been put forward. I think the Honorable Minister of Finance must be commended for these efforts. We know that for a fact with each successive budget, we'll see an increment. And indeed, the judiciary itself has put in place very crucial work that it wants to do under the allocation. I noted the honorable members talked about infrastructural challenges. I would like this House to note that the judiciary intends to rehabilitate and or build new court infrastructures with a number of 27 across the country. Again, it's this budgetary allocation that will allow that. And so key and positive steps are being made by the government to ensure that this institution functions to the extent that it can, as enshrined in the Constitution, as an independent and apolitical institution. It therefore comes as a worry, Mr. Chairman, when members debating this important institution want to politicize it. Indeed, I wouldn't agree more with some of the sentiments that have been put on the floor of the House, that we must respect judgments and orders of the courts of law. We have seen very unfortunate situations in the last decade or so, and some of the parties that were at the forefront of doing those acts of ignoring decisions of the courts seem to want to continue in the New Dawn government with their activities. Even for their own internal disputes, they want to bring the sort of misbehavior where parties deliberately avoid obeying court instructions and or orders. A case in point, Mr. Speaker, we have seen in the dispute between certain political, internal matters relating to a certain political party, where a person is cited for contempt and they deliberately avoid going before a court of law. That sort of behavior must be stopped. Where political party leaders go on national platforms and purport to warn the judiciary in the manner in which it is exercising its functions, I agree entirely that that sort of behavior must be frowned upon. And those that find themselves in that space should take a step back and reflect, because in the New Dawn government, we will not allow that. The rule of law will prevail. There was reference to certain by-elections. Mr. Speaker, the courts delivered their judgment in relation to those by-elections that were referred to. Why must we want to second-guess the court in this House? That is not the behavior that is expected of us. And indeed, as a people, if we want to protect the judiciary, we must learn to understand and appreciate that when a decision is made, it must be abided by. So I agree to the extent of the argument from the honorable members that we must respect the judiciary. We must also respect the rule of law. And indeed, there is no such thing as a person who is above the law. To that extent, even opposition leaders are subject to the law. They cannot go about speaking in manners, behaving in a manner that is abrogating the various provisions of our law, and expect to walk scotch-free simply because they are opposition leaders. So, indeed, the honorable member for Chiengi, as you say, the law is blind. It applies to everybody, left and right. With those few words, Mr. Chairperson, I thank you.
Head 18, Judiciary, head total, 890,697,821. Any debate, any objection? I see none. I put the question. The question is that head 18, Judiciary, head total, 890,697,821. 821 stands as part of the estimate. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 18, Judiciary, head total 890,697,821 is ordered to stand as part of the estimate. We now move to head 31, Ministry of Justice. Head 31, Ministry of Justice, General Policy Debate. The Honorable Minister of Justice, Policy Statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this policy statement in support of the Ministry of Justice 2024 budget estimates. This presentation is in 4 parts as follows. Part 1 speaks to the mandate of the ministry. Part 2 presents an overview of program implementation for the year 2023. Part 3 presents the 2024 policy framework and budget priorities. And Part 4 draws a conclusion to my statement. Part 1, mandate of the Ministry of Justice. Chairperson, according to the Government Gazette Notice number 1123 of 2021 on the statutory functions, portfolios, and composition of government, the Ministry of Justice is mandated with the responsibility of facilitating the administration of justice, promotion of good governance, and the observance of human rights and the rule of law. In addition, the Ministry of Justice is also responsible for the following statutory bodies and institutions, namely, 1, Compensation Fund Committee, 2, Judicial Complaints Authority, 3, Legal Aid Board, 4, National Prosecution Authority, 5, Zambia Institute of Advanced Legal Education, and 6, the Zambia Law Development Commission. Part 2, overview of program implementation for the year 2023. Chairperson, during the period under review, the ministry implemented 3 budget programs, namely legal services, good governance, and human rights, as well as management and support services. The legal services program. Under this program, the ministry successfully implemented 5 sub-programs whose key outputs are as follows. Legislative drafting and law revision. Under this sub-program, the ministry drafted 21 bills and 54 statutory instruments. This is expected to enhance and contribute to the creation of a conducive and responsive governance environment. In addition, the Zambia Law Development Commission reviewed the following documents: the Anti-Terrorism Regulations 2017, the Anti-Gender-Based Violence Act number 11 of 2011, the Constituency Development Fund Bill 2023, and the Public Order Act intended repeal via the Public Gatherings Bill. The Commission also successfully identified archaic laws, social justice and commercial sectors that require revision, and a compendium has since been produced. Arbitration, litigation, and prosecution. The ministry received 817 civil court cases, of which 85% were attended to. In addition, under the compensation fund, 500 million kwacha was paid to beneficiaries. Chairperson, to support the government agenda of decentralization and take legal services closer to the people, the Ministry of Justice has continued with its program of decentralizing its legal services to all provinces in accordance with Article 177, Sub-Article 6 of the Constitution of Zambia. This year, the ministry operationalized 5 district offices, which are now fully functional in Solwezi, Livingstone, Chipata, Kabwe, and Kasama. This is expected to improve efficiency and effectiveness in the representation of government in civil proceedings, as well as enhance clearance of contracts and agreements to which government is a party. International law and agreements. Chairperson, during the year under review, the ministry received 14,924, I repeat, 14,924 contracts and agreements. Out of this number, so far, 13,446 contracts and agreements have been processed. The ministry also received 500 and 55 Memoranda of Understanding, MOUs, and subsequently executed 294. This represents 90% and 53% performance, respectively. Estates and receiverships. During the year under review, the ministry had a total of 1,325 deceased cases, of which 45 were closed. 130 new cases were received, and payments of terminal benefits were made to ex-employees of Zambia Steel Building Supplies. Chairperson, this year the Zambia Institute of Advanced Legal Education has trained 1,944 students in various legal disciplines against a target of 2,036. In order to enhance institutional performance, access to legal training, and increase student accommodation, ZIALE undertook some reforms which include restructuring of the institute, introduction of online classes, and strengthening of student assessment and management. The Good Governance and Human Rights Program. Chairperson, under this program, the ministry successfully implemented 3 sub-programs towards attainment of key targets as follows. 1. Administration of justice. The ministry implemented various interventions aimed at promoting access to justice for all, especially the poor and disadvantaged, by scaling up the implementation of the National Legal Aid Policy. During the year, the Legal Aid Board launched offices in 5 districts, namely Mwinilunga, Mbala, Petauke, Nakonde, and Mazabuka. The board also managed to offer representation to 100% of its clients that sought assistance, against the target of 85%. Accountability and transparency. To strengthen the fight against corruption and enhance accountability and transparency in the public sector management, the ministry has finalized the formulation of the National Policy on Anti-Corruption and its 5-year implementation plan. The development of this policy was done in a very transparent, inclusive, and consultative manner in order to build consensus on issues affecting the fight against corruption in the country. Corporate governance. The New Dawn government believes that the promotion of corporate governance in our country is crucial for building a stable and thriving economy, safeguarding investor interests, and fostering ethical, responsible, and sustainable business practices. Corporate governance enhances and encourages innovation, efficiency, and competitiveness, and contributes to protecting stakeholder interests, protecting employees, customers, the environment, and indeed in promoting corporate social responsibility. It is for these reasons that the Ministry of Justice has been working with stakeholders such as the Institute of Directors of Zambia to develop a national corporate governance code. Democratic governance. On promotion of democracy and political governance, the ministry held various forums during the year, which included the co-hosting of the Second Summit for Democracy, together with 4 other nations. The summit was held from 28th to 29th March 2023 to promote inclusive decision-making, people-centered development, and free, fair, and credible elections. Management support services. Chairperson, under this program, the ministry finalized the 2022 to 2026 strategic plan. Part 3, 2024 policy framework and budget priorities. Chairperson, I now wish to turn your attention to the policy direction and priority programs for the Ministry of Justice for the year 2024. The 2024 budget estimate of expenditure for the Ministry of Justice is 1.2 billion kwacha compared to 851.8 million for the year 2023, representing a 38.6% increase. This amount will go towards the execution of the ministry's mandates, strategic objectives, and targets as set out in the 8th National Development Plan. The ministry will prioritize the following areas. Legal Services Program. The Legal Services Program has 5 sub-programs, and amongst them is the Legislative and Law Revision sub-program, which has been allocated 34.6 million kwacha. The funds under this sub-program will be used to facilitate legal and constitutional reforms, as well as drafting of legislation to ensure that it is responsive to the needs of the Republic. Chairperson, under the Arbitration, Litigation and Prosecution Sub-Program, an allocation of 990.4 million kwacha has been made, representing an 83.9% of the total budget. The resources under this sub-program will be utilized to support the civil litigation and debt collection functions of the ministry. In 2024, the ministry will also open 3 additional provincial offices for the Attorney General's chambers. Amongst the amounts allocated under this sub-program also is included a significant sum of 703 million under the compensation fund. Chairperson, under the Good Governance and Human Rights Program, a total allocation of 87 million has been made to facilitate the implementation of 3 sub-programs, namely accountability and transparency, democratic governance, and administration of justice. Further, the administration of justice sub-program has been allocated a sum of 81.3 million in order to improve in efficiency and to devolve the Ministry of Justice offices around the country. In conclusion, Chairperson, I wish to emphasize that during the period 2024, the Ministry has prioritized allocation of funds to programs whose implementation will contribute to creating a good governance environment and a responsive legal framework as outlined in the 8th National Development Plan. It is therefore my sincere hope that this August House will support the estimates of expenditure for the Ministry of Justice for this year. Chairperson, I thank you.
Any further debate? Mr. Kapianga.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson, for this opportunity to debate Head 31. Mr. Chairperson, the Ministry of Justice is a very important ministry in as far as the facilitation of dispensation of justice is concerned. Further, it is also important in facilitating legislation. Mr. Chairperson, it is important, therefore, to note that a few people cannot initiate a process of mutilating the Constitution without the involvement of the Ministry of Justice. If people can say there are contentious issues, non-contentious issues in the Constitution, what kind of barometer are they using to determine what issues are contentious and what issues are not contentious? Mr. Chairperson, the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia is a preserve of the Zambian people, and they are the ones who should determine what contentious
On a point of order,
issues
Mr.
are
Speaker.
and what contentious issues are not, and non-contentious issues.
A point of order.
Mr. Chairperson.
Order, Mr. Kapianga, there's a point of order.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order 65, 1A and B, in relation to content of speech and relevance. The honorable member on the floor has made a very startling proposition, which the whole nation is observing, that there are persons who he has associated with the Ministry of Justice who are out to mutilate the Constitution of the Republic. That assertion is extremely startling, is not backed by any document or any evidence whatsoever. And my question, therefore, I seek the indulgence of you, Mr. Chairperson, whether the member is in order to make a debate based on speculation and nothing more than that. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member, Mr. Kapianga, is completely out of order. Let's avoid making assertions that we can't back with evidence. Let's avoid speculations. We ensure that the content of our speech is relevant to the subject on the floor. Whatever we present, it has to be backed by evidence, not just assertions that we think as honorable members. So let's ensure that we adhere to that. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I thought the Honorable Minister of Justice would have an opportunity to come and rebut some of these issues that are being submitted. He really wants to speak twice. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairperson, what I was saying is the Ministry of Justice is very important and very instrumental in facilitating legislation. Therefore, we cannot have a few people making maneuvers to amend the Constitution in articles that they are calling non-contentious.
Honorable
Member,
I've guided you. I've guided you. So you are debating against my guidance. Ensure that, let's avoid that. Because it's something that you can't substantiate. Who is doing that? So let's avoid debating
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, even when I support this head, Mr. Chairperson, I want to appeal to the Ministry of Justice. The issue of consent judgments on unlawful prosecution or whatever they call it should not be selective. We have people in Impika who have been wrongly prosecuted, but no one to compensate them. We have people who have been killed by wild animals in Inawalya, in Chishala, and even in Itejteji. They have never been compensated. But we have consent judgments that have now become a conduit for looting. People are being given colossal sums of public money under consent judgments. Mr. Chairperson.
Point of order, Mr. Chairperson.
There's a point of order, Honorable Member.
At the risk of appearing to want to curtail my honorable colleague, it's because of the language that is being used. Again, I rise on the same standing order. The honorable member has made a suggestion that there is looting of the compensation fund that is taking place. That term presupposes that there is illegality and that there is someone somewhere that is not operating the compensation fund correctly. Again, not based on any evidence, but mere politicking and speculation. If the member could restrict himself to facts and even understand how the compensation fund works, perhaps he would avoid going down that particular path. Chairperson, I seek your guidance as to whether the member is in order to make that assertion that there are individuals or persons that are looting the compensation fund. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member, just like I guided earlier, let's avoid making assertions. And the member is completely out of order. Let's ensure that whatever we bring on the floor of the House is something that has got evidence. You can back with it. So let's avoid just making unnecessary pronouncements, and we avoid politicking. You may continue.
It's difficult to always say what the Minister of Justice wants to hear. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. I also want to make an appeal for the decentralization of the office of the Attorney General's chambers. In the face of CDF contracts, Mr. Chairperson, it is becoming a little bit difficult for us to get clearance of various contracts that are submitted to the office of the Attorney General. If the chambers could be decentralized up to either the province or district, it will help to facilitate the clearance of these contracts. Mr. Chairperson, I also, in the same vein, want to appeal to the Ministry of Justice to decentralize the legal aid offices up to the district level. Poor people cannot afford to facilitate the movements of councils from the provincial headquarters to various or to particular districts in the province. For this to be achieved, a poor person wanting the services of the legal aid has to pay for their movements from their base to the district where their services are needed. This is proving to be very difficult for our poor people in rural areas, more especially in Pika and other areas in Muchinga province. If the offices could be decentralized, it would be easy for our people to easily access services of this very important institution. Mr. Chairperson, the Minister of Justice should also consider facilitating the conferring of prosecutorial powers to the Human Rights Commission, so that when a human rights abuse is committed, the Human Rights Commission is able to initiate a process of prosecution on their own. Usually, the human rights abuse cases go unpunished. Therefore, I appeal to the Ministry of Justice in that regard. As I conclude, Mr. Chairperson, I know that for these things to be done, the budget allocation to the ministry has to be increased. I appeal to the Ministry of Finance to consider increasing the budget allocation to the ministry so that the decentralization of the Office of the Attorney General and that of the legal aid are achieved. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Waminyima.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Through you, Mr. Chairperson, thank you for your policy statement, Honorable Minister of Justice. Honorable Minister of Justice, I am aware that the Office of the Attorney General has been centralized, but we have issues in the sense that the approval is not with the office in the Constitution, it is with the officer. So it means that even if you centralize officials to provinces, they still need to send the approvals back to Lusaka, to the substantive Attorney General. And Honorable Minister, through the Chairperson, this is a constitutional matter, and that brings to my point that it is our expectation from this House that your ministry must come up with a roadmap to amend the Constitution. And why I say so is because of such lacunas. We have a Constitution that introduces an executive mayor and an executive council chairperson who's elected by the people. But then we have subsidiary legislation that allows elected people to be suspended by appointed people. And this shows you how issues to do in the Constitution need to be addressed. So we expect from your ministry a clear roadmap, because it is unavoidable that clearly we have a lot of constitutional issues. Honorable Minister, through the Chairperson, we note that the budget has been increased from 800 million plus to 1.1 billion. We also want to take note that it is important for your ministry, which has the responsibility to promote good governance, to look at some bills that have been assented into law in this House, which are still not operational. For example, the Gender and Equality Act, passed in 2015. 8 years later, the Act is not operationalized. It is shelved, gathering dust, and it is not enforceable. So in as much as you are bringing bills to Parliament, you have legacy issues to look at those bills that were quickly brought here, passed, and no commencement orders have been signed to operationalize these particular laws. The Public Gathering Bill has taken too long. Its amendment, the amendment of the Public Order Act, subsequent to now what is the Public Gathering Bill, began with more or less the same time with the Freedom of Information Bill. But we're still seeing the Public Gathering Bill delaying to come to this House. So you have mentioned it in your policy statement, and we want that bill to come to this House because it is the general feeling that the right to assemble and to freely assemble, which is a constitutional right for that matter. It is not a right which is given by governments. It is a right that is inherent. By virtue of being human, people must be able to assemble at any given time. So as you are working on that bill, we would like to ask for its speedy arrival to Parliament so that it can be passed. Honorable Minister, through the chairperson, issues to do with confidence in the office at the Ministry of Justice. Of course, through other legacy issues, we've had issues in the public domain of agreements of immunity to prosecution. We would like such things, Honorable Minister of Justice, that with your new team, we should not have a situation where people sign agreements that you can be immune to prosecution. There is no such law that immunes criminals. You cannot agree any further, Honorable Minister, through the chairperson. And other issues to do with confidence in your office is that your office must be insulated from political interference. And some of the things that could shock us is issues to do, for example, with hunting concessions, where the Office of the Attorney General gives advice against that cancellation, and other counterpart ministries go ahead and do the opposite. So such issues we would like to see end, that the Office of the Attorney General, when it gives advice, should be respected by all ministries. And I'd like to commend the Office of the Attorney General, through your office, despite being centralized and now decentralizing, we still see these contracts under CDF being passed speedily. Honorable Minister, through the chairperson, would also like to see a lot of education to the public with regards to issues to do with access to legal aid board. We know that there are various abrogations of the law, and our vulnerable citizens who cannot access legal aid board, we've not seen sensitization in a long time over that office. Mr. Chairperson, I would also like to conclude by saying that one of the key issues I think that should be addressed by the ministry is issues to do with publicity of what the ministry is doing. The Ministry of Justice is one of those ministries, if you ask people in the rural constituency, what is the mandate of this ministry? People don't know. So it is very important, Mr. Chairperson, that in facilitating the administration of justice and promoting good governance, institutions like the Zambia Law Development Commission must be seen to be functional. Perhaps it could be good also to know to what extent in the development of the law that this commission has really done in the recent years. But sufficient to say, we would like to unreservedly support this budget, and we hope that next year more resources can be allocated for the ministry to increase in its staff complement. Mr. Chairperson, I would like to submit.
Mr. Mngando.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, Minister of Justice, as the name suggests, is one ministry that should be at the center or pinnacle of dispensation of justice in our country. I know this is a ministry that cannot be separated from the judiciary, because the two institutions operate like what we would call Siamese twins. The challenge we have, Mr. Speaker, which I want to bring to the attention of the minister, is the fact that a lot of our people are finding it extremely difficult to access justice. There is a saying that justice delayed is justice denied. If I'm to ask the minister, how many of our inmates in various correctional facilities and detention centers have spent 1 to 5 years without seeing justice? How many of our people who have gone to the courts of law to seek justice have died without seeing this justice? In most cases, Mr. Chairperson, it takes 3, 4, 5 years. At times, cases do even die a natural death. Is that the justice system which we want to promote? The answer is no. Honorable Minister, I'll be requesting you, bring the legislation to this Parliament which will compel the courts to hear certain cases within a specified period. It is very costly, Honorable Chairperson, that cases prolong. I know one would argue that there are so many reasons why that is so. My colleague just mentioned about the institutions that are mandated with the responsibility of dispensation of justice. How operational, how efficient are these institutions? He just mentioned of the Law Development Commission. That is the institution that is supposed to develop our legal system in this country. What law has involved? If we are to ask the minister, that has emanated from the Law Development Commission in the recent past, you'll discover that it could probably be the only contribution from what the people in the legal fraternity call the Lord Denning of Zambia, Justice Matibini's defense of some cases that can be cited to have been the development in our legal system. That institution needs to be capacitated, Honorable Minister, so that every day we should be able to develop our own legal precedences which suits our circumstances, considering that our legal system embraces both traditional as well as statute laws. Honorable Chairperson, Minister of Justice should be everywhere. It should be decentralized. Honorable Wamnyema just mentioned about the need for this institution not to be seen, to be fine-tuned by politicians. We have, as a nation, Honorable Chairperson, to come together and be deliberate to ensure that professionals in the legal fraternity should be left alone to discharge their functions. We should never, at any time, try to impose our narrow political interests in the legal fraternity. We are aware that the judges just urged this parliament to pass a legislation which will make the judiciary, which is the center of the dispensation of justice, independent in terms of financial well-being. And this can only be actualized if the Minister of Justice, where the police maker and who is the Minister of Justice, initiates this process. In an ideal situation, no any arm of government should be present in the other. That is the only way we will attain true separation of powers. We are a unicameral parliament. We accept that. But when it comes to operations, Minister of Justice, ensure that you create this autonomy which is needed for good and efficient dispensation of justice. I know my colleague talked about the Constitution. I agree with him. How do we have a law that sets free people who have committed the criminal act? How? These are things that the Minister of Justice, we expect, should immediately start working on, so that as representatives of the people, we should fine-tune our laws for the good of the society. So, Honorable Minister of Justice, as I support this head, I want to make a call that can we ensure that our people access justice. At the moment, it's only those who have money who can have quick access to justice. Ordinary Zambians are dying and rotting in these prisons. With these few remarks, I hope the Honorable Minister will respond and assure the people of Zambia that they will access justice. I submit, Honorable Chairperson.
Mr. Chanda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. We want to place on record that we're supporting this particular head. And in supporting this particular head, we want to address ourselves principally to three of the functions the Ministry of Justice is mandated to perform. Number one is law reform and revision. Number two, looking at the laws of Zambia. And number three, the legal aid. And in this regard, maybe the fourth one would be human rights and governance. This becomes very important. In making our submission, Mr. Chairperson, we want to bring to the attention of the Honorable Minister the plight of our people in rural areas, and especially the newly created districts, such as the one I represent, Kanchibia constituency. When our people have to be brought before any court of law, they must be moved from Kanchibia to nearing Mpika, and you look at the distances, etc. Now, we have certain crimes that have continued to thrive or to go on unabated because people don't understand even the legal system. So you have crimes, for example, under the Child Code Act. You have child marriages, you have GBV, gender-based violence. These things are the order of the day. You have assaults. These things are the order of the day because someone knows they cannot be taken to court. So if there's no police presence and then there's no court, people think it's free for all. So you can marry off your 16-year-old daughter, your 14-year-old daughter, your 13-year-old daughter without facing the consequences or the repercussions of the law. What call are we making, Mr. Chairperson? The call we are making is that, number one, it's very important for us to ensure that we construct subordinate courts in especially newly created districts. As my colleagues who've gone before me have argued or have presented or debated, access to justice becomes very important. When access is tempered with, we begin to see that this is a critical component of human rights that is taken away from our people. So our call is that the ministry forges ahead to construct more major streets, subordinate courts, especially in newly created districts such as ours. And again, where we can, from the other resources at our disposal, we go in and ensure that there's water running, there's electricity, etc., going by the records that we have received from the judiciary in the province. It is also very important, Mr. Chairperson, that there's a promotion of alternative dispute resolution, especially for those of us in rural areas. Where we cannot find a court, let there be awareness, increased awareness, Honorable Minister, that our people would understand that alternative dispute resolution is also one of those avenues that can be looked at to settle issues even without going for litigation. I would again call for increased resource allocation to the ministry, because this is very important if the ministry is to live up to its mandate. The other issue that our people would be faced with, especially in our rural areas, would be the high cost of legal services. So if someone who is a farmer in Kanchvia wants legal representation with a chairperson, they have to find someone who can represent them in Mpika. The money they are going to pay would, again, make them to think twice about whether or not to drag someone to court. So the high cost of legal services for those in the lower economic bracket would need to be considered. The low number of lawyers, again, calling on the need for more resources so that more and more lawyers can be recruited, and that a representation of this very important ministry and justice can be felt at local level. The distances, again, like I've alluded to the legal service providers becomes a huge hindrance, and again, that takes away from this critical human right our people are entitled to. Allow me to again join the previous debater in commending the Office of the Attorney General that the office has been efficient and effective in approving CDF contracts. This is a matter that we can attest to as the people of Kanchvia. Mr. Chairperson, it's also very important as we conclude that there's need for increased knowledge on the rights and entitlement of our people, as insofar as justice is concerned. With those few remarks, we rest our case and support this very important head, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Justice to wind up debate.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. May I begin by thanking the honorable members that have debated, this head, Honorable Kapianga. In particular, I would like to thank the following honorable members for their very sober, informative, and helpful debate. Honorable Wamunyima, Honorable Mngandu, and of course, Honorable Chanda. I think this is the way it should be, that we exchange ideas on the floor of this House that will help us all improve the manner of the service that we provide to the people of Zambia. I thank you most sincerely for the suggestions and for that sober debate. Mr. Speaker, I would like to turn to the debate by Honorable Kampianga in response. The starting point is that, Mr. Chairperson, beg pardon, I would implore honorable members as we come on the floor of the House to discuss these important matters that we do so from an informed position. The honorable member suggested, for example, that the compensation fund is not being used, if I may quote him, the way it ought to be used. I'd like for the people of Zambia to understand this. I'd use this platform. In particular, an example was saying that people have been killed by wild animals and never compensated by the compensation fund. Mr. Speaker, that goes to show that unfortunately the honorable member did not take time to understand what the compensation fund is expected to do in relation to its use and implementation. It is restricted, basically, and for the knowledge of the people of Zambia out there, to compensate persons that have claims against the state, the Attorney General, and has been in existence for quite some time. even prior to this administration coming into place. And the very other cases that have been referred to of cases of one looking to seek compensation for violation of their civil liberties have been ongoing for quite some time. So there is nothing new in the manner in which the compensation fund is used. Honorable members and the public out there are encouraged to read the act. The monies are actually ring-fenced, and there is a committee that sits to determine who and how persons that find themselves in dispute with the state get compensated. There is complete transparency in the use of that fund. Mr. Speaker, also, there was a suggestion that there must be decentralization and other matters relating to the devolution of the offices of the Attorney General and the Legal Aid Board. Mr. Speaker, I would like to just point out again to remove that possibility of persons misunderstanding the current intentions of the New Dawn government. Indeed, this budget, as have the budgets before it, specifically make provision for the matters that were referred to by the honourable member, in particular, the devolution of offices. For example, the legal aid in particular, under this budget with the allocation that has been put forward, there will be devolution to new districts, aside from the ones that I referred to in my policy statement, in Kawambwa, Kaoma, Kabompo, Senanga, and Mumbwa, so as to increase national coverage. This is at page 338 of the Yellow Book. In terms of the budgetary allocation to the Legal Aid Board, to address some of the matters that the honourable member spoke of in terms of access to justice, there has been a progressive increase in the allocation to the Legal Aid Board. Again, if the members would look at page 336 at their own time, you'll find that in 2022, the allocation to Legal Aid Board was 47 million. This year, we're talking about 65.47 million kwacha. I think that is a significant increase. And again, we are committed as New Dawn government to have that increase progressive from period to period. What is more, Mr. Chairperson, in terms of the presence of the Attorney General's chambers across the country, again, as mentioned in my policy statement, we have opened new offices in the period under review. But going forward, under this budget, we are intending to open offices in Luapula, Muchinga, and Western provinces so as to increase, again, coverage of the Attorney General's chambers and the Ministry of Justice in these places. Again, page 335 refers. In terms of increasing the efficiency of the Attorney General's chambers, I would like to assure the Honourable Member, Mr. Wamunyima, that we are looking at innovative ways of addressing that constitutional challenge that you mentioned. Whilst the Constitution provides for the Attorney General to be the one to make approvals, there are mechanisms that can be used using electronic platforms to allow for prompting to be done from a location away from a decentralized location, so that the AG merely clicks on a button and will see a lot more efficiency in that regard. So we are modernizing, we are equal to the task, and I pray that this head is fully supported. Mr. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. Head 31, Ministry of Justice. Head total 1,180,317,844. Any debate? Any objection? I see none. I put the question. The question is that Head 34, Ministry of Justice, head total 1,180,317,844 stands part of the estimate. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 31, Ministry of Justice, head total 1,180,317,844 is ordered to stand as part of the estimate. We now move to head 53, Ministry of Green Economy and Environment. Head 53, Ministry of Green Economy and Environment. General policy debate. The Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment, policy statement.
Chairperson, it is my honor and privilege to present to this August House the policy statement for the 2024 budget for the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment. I wish to begin by expressing my gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Musokotwane, for the budget address he delivered to this House, whose theme was Unlocking Economic Potential. Chairperson, the House will agree with me that the Minister delivered a transformative speech based on the global and current national trends. The speech was consistent with the President's address during the official opening of the third session of the 13th National Assembly, as the speech called on the entire nation to unite and build upon individual and collective achievements, thereby building a more productive and unified nation. Chairperson, as a methodical government and with restructuring of debt agreed in principle, the funds intended for debt servicing will now be reallocated to the strategic development areas of this country, hence contributing to the attainment of Vision 2030 of becoming a prosperous middle-income country. Chairperson, my ministry is charged with the mandate of overseeing programs and projects that promote the efficient and sustainable use of the environment while facilitating and supporting adaptation to and mitigation of the impacts of climate change. To actualize this, in 2023, my ministry had an approved budget of 774 million, out of which 80 million was for personal emoluments, 82 million was meant for program implementation, and 611 million was for project financing. Additionally, the ministry received supplementary budget amounting to 5.5 million, bringing the total budget allocation to 780 million kwacha. Indeed, some of my ministry's achievements in 2023 include the installation of 89 of the planned 120 automatic weather stations across all the 116 districts, with 4 installed in major water bodies for the provision of accurate and timely weather and climate information, and the installation is expected to be completed by this year. It launched a $3.1 million water transportation channel in Lunga district in Wapura province, which is being implemented under the Transforming Landscape for Resilience and Development project. It operationalized 2 irrigation schemes covering 35 hectares with a total of 500 direct beneficiaries with improved livelihoods through incomes and food security under the Lake Tanganyika project. Recognized 38 community forest groups countrywide who are managing over 2.6 million hectares using forest management plans to strengthen sustainable forest management. Developed an automated online environmental management information system called EZIMA as a way to improve service delivery for environmental licenses, environmental assessments, and complaints and emergency management. Facilitated implementation of carbon markets through approving of project proposals to generate benefits to the country and communities. Chairperson, in an effort to achieve the new Dawn government's aspiration of attaining a green economy and sustainable development, my ministry embarked on the robust process of developing and reviewing policies, pieces of legislation, and strategies. These, Chairperson, are at different stages of development. Notwithstanding these achievements, the ministry faced a few challenges with regards to program implementation, including insufficient budget allocation to allow the ministry to execute its mandate fully, inadequate technical staff, and inadequate office accommodation for officers and equipment. Chairperson, allow me now to present the ministry's 2024 budget estimates. The ministry proposes a total expenditure of 800 million kwacha, out of which 85 million kwacha is meant for personal emoluments, 238 million is allocated for program implementation, while project financing has an allocation of 487 million. This proposed expenditure represents a 5% increment compared to the 2023 allocation. The priority programs for the 2024 financial year will include forestry development and management, green economy and climate change, meteorological and weather services, environmental protection and management and support services. Chairperson, to support forest development and management, the Ministry has allocated 141 million kwacha to facilitate the provision of the forest skills development, forest management, and forest research and development. Of this amount, 13 million has been allocated towards forest skills development. 126 million kwacha has been allocated to forest management to facilitate the development of the forest management plans and formation of community forest management groups, among other initiatives. Further, the Ministry has allocated a total of 1.6 million for forest research and development. Chairperson, the Ministry has allocated 6 million kwacha to support the green economy and climate change program implementation. Further, the Ministry will implement the green growth strategy, which will lead to the attainment of a green economy and contribute to low carbon and climate resilient development. To adapt to the adverse effects of climate change and build resilience, my ministry has allocated 445 million kwacha to facilitate the implementation of climate change mitigation programs, as it is well known that the socio-economic progress made thus far is being undone by the negative effects of climate change, which include droughts and floods across the country. Chairperson, my ministry has allocated 25 million kwacha to support the provision of meteorological and weather services program, which include the provision of weather observation infrastructure, focusing research, climatology, and advisory services. 2 million kwacha has been apportioned towards the weather observation infrastructure and 22 million kwacha to focusing and research services. Additionally, climatology and advisory services has been allocated 1.7 million kwacha for dissemination of seasonal rainfall focus and other meteorological information. Chairperson, in order to enhance environmental protection, management and research, my ministry has allocated 157 million kwacha to support this program and projects, out of which 110 million will cater for pollution control and management. The ministry will construct and operationalize the Zambia Environmental Management Agency offices in Mansa and Mukushi districts. Further, 47 million kwacha will be spent on environmental management and research to facilitate the regulation and coordination of the management of the environment and its natural resources. Chairperson, the management and support services has been allocated a total of 35 million kwacha to support the development and revision of policies and legislation and review the annual corruption prevention action plan. Chairperson, as I conclude, let me reiterate that my ministry, working with other line ministries, is committed to promoting sustainable development and seizing opportunities that improve our people's quality of life by utilizing the nation's biodiversity, the environment, and natural resources in a sustainable manner. I therefore request members of this August House to support the 2024 budget estimates of expenditure for the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment. Chairperson, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Taengwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to the people of Kawata. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to state it on the floor of the House that the good people of Kawata, they do actually support this budget for the Ministry of Green Economy. But however, I still have some reservations that indeed the money that has been allocated to this ministry, it's actually not enough to answer to many challenges that the ministry is facing. Because I remember in the past, we would actually see some traditional setup where you find that people are actually even praying for rain, not knowing that actually that was attributed to climate change. And the climate change is actually here to stay. And if we neglect to support such a ministry that is actually helping the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that there is what you call food security in the nation. So the Ministry of Green Economy has got many challenges that I feel if once highlighted, then we'll be able to appreciate that this ministry, for it to succeed in whatever mandate it has been given, we need to understand that there are some certain things that needed to be done by the government. Number one, Mr. Chairperson, I want to talk about the allocation of funding to the Ministry of Green Economy, especially on the issue of ZEMA. ZEMA is a key institution that, if you look at it, you will discover that ZEMA actually helps a number of institutions, including the private sector. So if we neglect to support ZEMA in terms of funding, you will discover that we'll end up not getting the best results as a nation. So with ZEMA, we have actually discovered that they have a number of challenges in their operations. Number one, ZEMA is not actually decentralized, so we needed to see that the offices for ZEMA are decentralized in all the districts, or rather all the provincial centers. I think that can be achieved so that we can enhance effective delivery of this ministry. Also, what I've seen that is the Ministry of Green Economy also lacks the issue of capacity when it comes to the workers. I think there's need also to consider that this ministry needs to be given capacity. If you look at 20 years ago, when we had a population of almost 8 million, the same workforce that was working around that time is the same workforce that is now working and looking over a population that is almost going to close to 20 million. And the levels of pollution have actually increased. Mr. Speaker, we needed also to see that ZEMA or the ministry did engage expertise, people that are expert with when it comes to water pollution. We need to ensure that we engage people that are competent, who understand what water pollution is. If you go to places like the dam site in Chunga, we have seen that the place is actually becoming the place is actually becoming something that is what I would say the ground has been polluted. At the end of the day, even the water that is underground, it's now contaminated. Look at Lusaka, go to Charala, you find that most of the houses there, they are busy drilling boreholes, but yet the water underground is contaminated. So it's high time that the ministry looked at engaging water experts, people that can understand also these issues. We look at also the issue of air pollution. Just a few days ago when I was actually listening to the news where we saw in India that almost 3 weeks the children were actually locked in their houses because of the air pollution. And we don't want to reach those levels. So the best we can do now is to ensure that we engage people that understand, people who have got expertise when it comes to air pollution. The other issue that I want also to raise is for ZEMA or the ministry itself to look at the expertise of agriculture specialists, because what is happening now, you find that most of these agriculture commodity trading places which we are having in the country, they are busy selling chemicals, and most of these chemicals they are actually harmful to the environment. So we need to have people who are specialized in agriculture chemicals so that we bring them on board and employ them in this ministry. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I want to raise also is the issue of Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Chairperson, the other issue that I want to raise is the issue of ensuring that we have enough people that can understand the issue of climate change. And that is the reason why we've been calling that we should have the climate bill here. Without the climate bill being assented to, being passed in Parliament, then we'll continue having this challenge. Look at what is happening in countries like Dubai. Even countries that are way advanced, Mr. Speaker, they are now facing the real challenge of climate change. It's just a few days ago, it was something else in Dubai. We saw how the roads, the buildings were over-flooded with rainy water. It's just a few days ago again, Mr. Speaker, where we saw in Brazil the high temperatures that they've never experienced, over 44 degrees Celsius. And this can also happen to Zambia if we fail to handle some of these issues. Mr. Speaker,
or Mr. Chairperson, I want also to talk about the issues of forestation. I think, Mr. Speaker, before we even talk about the issues of forestation, we need to understand that we need to provide a key solution to our people who are busy cutting down trees for charcoal use. There's need for us to provide solutions, and that's the reason why we need to start sensitizing most of our colleagues or most of our people there in the communities, especially in rural areas, where we see that cutting down of trees for the use of charcoal is actually becoming so rampant, and there's need for us to find a solution on how best we can stop this. Mr. Speaker or Mr. Chairperson, as I conclude, I want to surely support the budget that is before us, and the people of Kawata do indicate that we support this budget, and I hope and pray that in the next coming years, we need to see that this ministry is actually given more resources so that they can work effectively and deliver to the good people of Zambia. Thank you.
Dr. Mwanza.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to debate on the head 51, Minister of Green Economy and Environment. The Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, the mandate is to promote the effective and sustainable use of the environment by facilitating and support for adaptation and mitigation of the effects of climate change. The key words is adaptation and mitigation of the effects of climate change. The origin of climate change it is normally through the high emission of carbon, and it is emanating from industrialized nations. In Africa, we are a bit lucky because we have a lot of international goodwill for supporting the programs that are going to mitigate climate effects. But on our own upfront here, in order for us to strengthen the climate change adaptation, the programs that have been aligned by government through the Ministry of Green Economy need to be strengthened, such as sensitization, to sensitize for low carbon emission projects. I know there are programs such as mitigation projects such as carbon trading. There is need to simplify the carbon trading explanation. Is very, very, very difficult for beneficiaries in rural areas that are host to these forests. We are talking about determining the benefits that can be accrued for low carbon emission and have a net stock value, and will trade through those kind of benefits to benefit the communities. How easy, it's so difficult for people to understand this kind of explanation. Sensitization must be enhanced. And within the same sensitization, it is important, Minister, to involve members of parliament. We have, like in my Kaumbe constituency, we have 2 forests. We all know in many of our constituencies in the UNIP days, there was this forestation program. These forests have been encroached. Right now, you go to my constituency, I just find some forest officers struggling to have a meeting with local people for them to acquire the forest that is there. And the headmen, they refuse to sign that agreement. It's because we are not sensitized, we are not involved. So the planning arrangements need to be, we need to involve the members of parliament in each particular region so that we all benefit from all benefit from such kind of programs. Climate effects have a lot of devastating effects through hydrology. In our constituencies, most of our constituencies, our rivers are dry. When it is time for floods, the floods are so devastating. Now, the green economy and environment, the Minister of Green Economy and Environment, there is need to harmonize, to coordinate other institutions such as water and sanitation, such as Ministry of Agriculture, because they're all affected through the Ministry of Green Economy. I give an example of Ministry of Water and Sanitation. In the green economy, they are in charge of weather observations. These weather instruments, they give reliable information to all the hydraulic structures that Ministry of Water and Sanitation needs to build. They give information to Ministry of Agriculture in terms of the soil quality, the water quality, and vis-a-vis, even the supply of agricultural inputs would be timely based on the information that they get from Ministry of Green Economy and the Environment. Going further, disaster risk management practices need to be enhanced. This kind of information from weather observations will entail the structures all over all these structures that we're talking about in CDF, that we're building classroom blocks, so on and so forth. Do we build these at an informed decision of the weather in terms of the structural integrity? It is through the Ministry of Green Environment and Green Economy and Environment. Ministry of Green Economy and Environment need to harmonize, to coordinate, work together in unity with all other coordinating ministries, other coordinating institutions. I go to the money allocated for forestry research and development, 1.6 million, quite Honorable Minister. Research is expensive. And the major task that the research outcome needs to give to Zambia is to find alternative sources of energy that we are using in the country. Right now, we are depending on charcoal, more especially actually in the cities as well as in rural areas, depending on charcoal. And now, the research needs to address what alternative sources of energy that should be commensurate and sustainable to our rural population. For now, even just within Lusaka, charcoal is the major source of energy. How do we move out of this?
Conclude your debate.
With these few words, I support the budget and would like to comment on the research, that research should address the alternative source of energy other than charcoal. Sheshe.
As the time is past 1840 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and committee work stands adjourned. The Committee of Supply will report progress and ask leave to sit again. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply on the Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for the year 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024 has considered heads 31, 18, and has made progress and asked leave to sit again.
Day for resumption of committee work.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Committee work to resume tomorrow. The House is now adjourned.
That note brings us to the end of today's parliamentary proceedings. Time now to look at business that has been considered on the floor of the House, starting at 14 hours. Madam First Deputy Speaker did acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of honourable members of the Committee on Gender, Labour and Social Development and staff from the Parliament of Uganda. These include Honourable Flavia Kabehenda, Member of Parliament, Chairperson and Leader of the Delegation, Honourable Sarah Nanjuma, MP, Deputy Chairperson, Honourable Sowedi Kitamvwa, MP, Member, Honourable Peggy Wako, MP, Member, Honourable Susan Abeja, MP, Member, Honourable Phyllis Chemutai, MP, Member, and Ms. Martha Kangazi, Secretary to the Delegation. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker received the distinguished guests and warmly welcomed them in our midst. In the other announcement, Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of pupils from Mukwela Primary School in Kalomo District, and on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker warmly welcomed the visitors in our midst. After those announcements, Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of Health to render a ministerial statement. Health Minister Honorable Masebo did deliver a ministerial statement on the recruitment of 3,000 health workers countrywide. And so the Minister did say that the 2023 recruitment of health workers is being implemented in two phases, starting with the promotion of in-service staff and followed by the recruitment of new entrants. In order to ensure that sustainable candidates are promoted and recruited, the Civil Service Commission has since directed that the recruitment process for health workers be halted until further notice. In addition, the Commission has directed the provincial administration to ensure that in the meantime, the application documents are maintained at the districts to be submitted to the province at an opportune time. And so the ministry is operating at 54% filled up positions in the current establishment, and the recruitment of the health workers is a continuous process towards attaining an ideal situation. And so the minister did say that in order to match up with the skilled staff to patient ratio, the ministry will continue to lobby for Treasury Authority in order to attain staffing sufficiency for improved quality health service provision and for better health outcomes and ultimate national productivity. That's a brief of the ministerial statement that was delivered by the Minister of Health on the recruitment of 3,000 health workers countrywide. After that, the House went on to consider one question for oral answer understanding order number 26, and this one came from Mr. Katakwe of Solwezi East. He did ask the Minister of Defense a question in two parts: whether the government is aware that Zambia National Service officers at Kalindi and Kilumba checkpoints on the Mushindamo-Kipushi border road have been harassing and beating traders who are carrying maize grain to Kipushi border market for trade. And in response, the Minister of Defense said that government is not aware of this incident. In the other part of the question, the Solwezi East lawmaker wanted to find out what urgent measures are being taken to safeguard the lives of local traders and to promote free trade in the area. In response, the minister did say that no measures have been taken save for continued monitoring of checkpoints by security officers. After that, the House went on to consider one question for oral answer understanding order number 74, This one came from Mr. Taengwa of Kawata constituency. He did ask the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development how many kilometers of township roads are earmarked for construction in Kawata parliamentary constituency under the L400 road project and at what cost. And in response, the Minister of Local Government did say that the L400 project was done by their sister, ministry, that's the Ministry of Infrastructure, and the project was stopped due to budget constraints. So the B part of the question on trying to find out the cost of the project actually, falls off because of the answer that the minister did give in the A part of the question. After consideration of those questions for oral answer, there was presentation of government bills. The first one was presented by the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. That's the Local Government Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2023, which seeks to amend the Local Government Act of 2019. The bill was read the first time and has been referred to the Joint Committee on Local Government, Housing and Chiefs Affairs, and the report is expected to be submitted to the House on Thursday, 7th December